We come together filled with excitement for a new year, filled with ideas of the wondrous things that might await us in the coming year, anxious to start the new year right. So we come together this morning in preparation to do the work of the city with aspirations filled with hope for a better tomorrow. But first, we pause as we turn our attention to you, O God, seeking wisdom to guide us with the decisions that lay before us, that we might carefully and diligently consider all the information available when considering the best course for the people of Oklahoma City. We seek your strength, dear God, that we might endure the pressures that we encounter as we lead your people. We seek your compassion, O Lord, that we might always keep in mind the needs of the least and make them a priority in our lives. I ask for blessings upon Mayor Holt and all who serve the people of Oklahoma City and those who are gathered here today. We are thankful, O Lord, for the leadership that they provide and their dedication in seeking justice and equity. May we find unity through your compassionate spirit today as we foster collaboration and an understanding among the people that each of us have a responsibility to care for our neighbor, to consider what is in their best interest above and beyond our own, that we place their well-being and health before personal financial gain or power. Humble us, O Lord, in the presence of your gracious love as we continue to serve your people, your creation, and we seek to make the world a better place for all people. We pray these things in your glorious name. Amen.
Amen. Please face the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag. All right, I call this meeting of the City Council to order. We have no items on number 3, Office of the Mayor. We have Journal of Council Proceedings, item 4. We have items A and B we can take with one vote. Got a motion and a second? Was there a second? Yes. Cast your votes. Oh. Is everyone? Okay. Councilman Cooper, how do you wish to vote on this? Yes. All right, that's a yes for Councilman Cooper. Passes unanimously. That brings us to number 5, request for uncontested continuances. Mr. City Manager, are there any today?
There are none.
All right. Item 6, revocable permits. There are none listed. So we'll recess the council meeting and convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority. My mic's on. Francis?
I'll turn it up.
All right. How's that, any better? Is it a speaker issue or a microphone issue? All right. Okay. No?
Yeah, I think it's a mic issue.
Can't really hear you either, actually, now that you say it.
If I put my mic on and just touch it, then I can't hear anything coming back. So it must be a mic issue.
All right, well, we're just pausing for, there we go. All right. Okay, so we have convened as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority, where we have items A through E we can take with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn OCMFA and convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority, where we merely have claims and payroll, but we'll go ahead and approve that as well. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn OCPPA, convene as the Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust, where we have items A and B we could take with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn the Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust and reconvene as the council, where we find ourselves at the bottom of page 2 in your printed agenda. Item 7, the consent docket. And we have a scheduled presentation for items A, F, A, G, and AH together. And that's the only scheduled presentation. Is there anybody else on the council who would like to pull out an item for separate discussion or for a separate vote?
Yes, Mayor. Item K,
Uh-huh.
I would like to just discuss. I had just questions.
Okay. Anything else?
Yes, I would like to discuss item T.
Did you say E?
T as in Tom.
I got it. Okay.
Mayor.
Uh-huh.
And then relatedly, item U
Uh-huh.
and item, let's see, where'd that go? O1.
Okay.
I believe that's it. That's all, thank you.
James, can you tell me the first one? I couldn't hear you, I'm so sorry.
No, you're
you.
fine. 7U,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Okay, anything else? All right, we'll take them in order then. That means we'll start with item K. Councilwoman Nice?
Yes, I do see we have the sign removal agreement, which I know a lot of us are excited about, but at the same time, we're gearing up for another election cycle, local election cycle. So I guess my question is for those who may be able to answer. We see a couple of neighborhoods that are listed. For those neighborhoods who may be watching, how can they be a part of this process? Because I received quite a few different emails and inbox messages about signs that are in different parts of the ward and in areas where people just probably wouldn't pick them up.
Bob Teener, Development Services Director. This is a program that's been going on for several years that Councilman McAtee was involved in. Basically, our superintendent, code enforcement, they contact him and he will train them, however many representatives they want in the neighborhood. So we can, I can get you his number and they could contact him directly.
And I guess my second piece to that question, as council members, are we able to take this class or get this information and be ordained, per se, to be able to go out and pick up signs ourselves?
I believe you can. I'd ask Kenny if he sees a problem with that.
As long as we're not in an election ourselves, obviously.
I believe it's actually part of our city code that we, as elected officials, are blessed to do that on our own. It's in
Yes,
the- it's in the
I think
municipal
that's
code.
correct. There's a code provision on it. I have to look at it again. I haven't looked at it in a few years, but yes, I think Councilwoman Hammond is correct.
I just want it to be on record, just in case it hits the papers when we're... Thank you.
This particular ordinance was enacted about close to 20 years ago. A gentleman from San Antonio, going around his town, observed all these litter by the stick, as they were called in those days, and was a former resident of Oklahoma City, called me and said, why don't you do that in Oklahoma City? And these particular neighborhoods who are listed here have very diligently picked up illegal signage for years as part of the beautification effort and should be commended for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 01, Councilman Cooper.
Yes, I'm trying to get in a better habit of just providing updates to the ward whenever items appear on here. So there's nothing wrong. I just wanted to hear a little bit more about what's going on at the Belle Isle Library expansion project.
Thank you, Councilman. Eric Winger, Public Works Director. This item 701 is a change order for the Belle Isle expansion project. If you've not been by the site, it's well under construction. The library has been temporarily closed while they do the renovation and expansion. It is scheduled to reopen later this year, probably in November. But right now, what we're looking at is just a change order that are addressing some of the unforeseen site conditions. They've uncovered some glass items, some glazing issues. They've also got some asbestos abatement that's included in this change order. The construction is proceeding as planned, and again, we're looking forward to completion later this year.
Thank you, Eric. I appreciate you.
All right. Then item T? Yeah. T, Councilwoman Hammond?
Yeah, I know I have a few residents sort of in this spirit of Councilperson Cooper who are keeping their eye on this project and just kind of wanted to get more information about what this is and this whole what step we are at in the whole process of these bike lanes, particularly along Villa, although I'm sure Councilperson Cooper has some folks on Youngs and Venice that might be interested as well.
Thank you. Yeah, there are several items. Two are actually included in this agenda today that include new bike routes. The status is that we're actually selecting the consultants, the engineers that will be hired to actually review that route, come up with that design, and then they'll be bringing back to this council a preliminary report that will give you those details about exactly where it's located, which tier level it will be constructed to, the cost and some of the other details, so we can answer a lot more of the specific information later. But today, we're just hiring the consultant to get the project underway.
Awesome, thank you.
And item U, Councilman Cooper?
And a good segue for that is into item U. But before we go there, with T, could you describe, I know we've discussed it before, but because you just mentioned the Belle Isle Library project, could you describe from item T the pedestrian improvements at Northwest Expressway and Villa, and then kind of give us an update on item U as well, please?
Sure. If we go back to item T, included in the memo, it mentions that there's additional improvements at Villa and Northwest Expressway. This also goes back to the Belle Isle Library expansion project that we were just visiting about. There's a crossing there on Northwest Expressway that's been desired to be enhanced to include better north-south travel for pedestrians and bicycles. And so we do have a separate project underway to address that. We mentioned it in this memo since we have so many projects in this small area that are going to occur all at the same time. So the library, pedestrian enhancements at Northwest Expressway and Villa, but then there's also the bicycle project that's coming through as well.
Thank you. And then when you and I spoke yesterday, it put in my head a reminder for our planning department, if they're listening, which I very strongly suspect that they are, and specifically Planning Director Jeff Butler, we spoke, some of our planning staff, I think it was Lakeisha and Jeff and I met with the Cleveland Neighborhood Association, and they had some ideas on what Villa specifically between 23rd and 30th are. So I would just encourage planning staff to share those notes with this, whoever the consultant ends up becoming, see what's possible there. So thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to items A, F, A, G, and A, H, where we have a presentation.
Yeah, Assistant City Manager Kenny Soodle will give us a brief presentation on these. These are just the extensions in relation to the legislation that was passed to extend the dates on the CARES Act.
Good morning, Kenny Soodle, Assistant City Manager. As Craig said, if you all will recall that the original coronavirus relief funds had a deadline of December 30th, and that was extended until December 31st of 2021. So those three items that he mentioned are just extending the deadlines so that we can continue spending those program funds. There were not any new funds put specifically into the Coronavirus Relief Fund. So this is just extending those contracts. I did want to mention, because there had been some curiosities about the new relief bill, that there are some new things in that new relief bill that we could potentially be affected by. And I would say that we do have some funds left over in our coronavirus relief funds, but we will have to be looking at and analyzing some of those things in the new bill to make sure and see where there might be some gaps that we might look at filling in. Just very quickly, and again, we haven't analyzed these in detail, but some of the things that are in the new bill, there is funding in there for testing, tracing, research, vaccinations. There's funding for schools and school improvements. There's unemployment extensions. There's a second round of Paycheck Protection Program for businesses under 300 employees. There's actually a program in there for grants for shuttered venues, such as live performance venues, performing arts, museums, things like that, movie theaters. And those are some of the things that will be administered by the federal government, we believe. There are some programs that will pass down to the states and potentially us, and one of those, there's a emergency rental and utility assistance program that money will be distributed to the states based on population, and local governments that are above 200,000 residents will be eligible to get that money directly. So this is something Oklahoma City could receive funds directly. We're still working on that program right now and looking at what applications we have to make, et cetera, to be eligible to receive those funds. And that program is focused for individuals who are at 80% or below of AMI, with a focus on those who are at 50% or below. Part of that also extended the eviction moratorium until January 31st of this year. I believe that was set to expire here in December, if I remember correctly. So those are some of the things that are in the new bill that we're looking at, and we'll be kind of trying to evaluate how our existing funds might supplement or fill in any gaps. But it does look like there's a lot of areas that we addressed with our previous coronavirus relief funds plan that are being addressed in the new relief bill that was signed into law. So with that, be happy to answer any questions. And also, Aubrey is here as well if there's any questions on the Communities Foundation contract.
Any questions for Kenny or Aubrey?
I think I'm just curious with, I know as of last month, we had a lot of applications specifically for the Community Foundation's dollars that we're still just trying to process through. Are we, I know we're not going to have additional monies for that, but does this just give us the ability to essentially get that money spent instead of having to send it back?
Teresa Rose Crook is here, and she can talk about that program. But I would say, too, that one of the things we will, go ahead, Teresa, come on up. But one of the things we will also be evaluating is if we get direct allocations on that rental assistance and utilities, that might be something that can, in itself, from the federal government directly, could extend the program, too.
Good morning. Thank you. Ooh, so sorry. That's not a good way to start. Good morning, and thank you for asking your questions. I'm very pleased to be here and be able to provide you an update on where we are with CCP. So the numbers that I'm going to give you were as of 12/30, and I'm going to explain just a second why there's a few little lingerings. But as you recall, so council had designated $12.5 million for the Resident Cares program to provide support for rental assistance, mortgage assistance, utilities, transportation, child care, food insecurity, a number of other connectivity, some of those other needs. And so as of 12/30, we had expended $11,420,969.97, which left us a balance of $1,079,030.03. Okay. Now, when I say that that was as of 12/30, that was dollars. Those were checks out the door. Lingering, we have about 23 or 24 landlord agreements. So in other words, we've committed to pay that rent due. when the landlord gets that money, gets that agreement back to us, then we'll expend it. So it's committed dollars, but they're not expended dollars. Additionally, and working with our utilities, we came up with a process that we will send a list about every other week of eligible residents, people that have been determined to be eligible and their need, what they've said their need is. We send that list to the various utilities. They reconcile it with their books, with what they see as the, and then send it back to us. And like I said, that's about a 2 to 3 week process. It takes them about that long to turn that around. So we will likely have some reports from our utilities that will help, that we'll be able to pay for, that were due prior to 12/30, but we just hadn't gotten that information back. So those are two of the little caveats when I say that's how much we'd expended, okay? Also wanted to give you all a breakdown of the expenditures. Where did this $11 million go? 4.7 million of that went to rent and mortgage assistance. 858,000 went to utilities. 400 to OG&E, approximately 100,000 to ONG, and approximately 358,000 to the water department. 3.1 million went for other necessities, so transportation, connectivity, food, childcare, those kinds of things. And then the number that I'm probably equally excited about with the rental and the housing assistance is 2.7 million in training. So we knew when we stood this whole thing up that this was a triage. This was an acute situation, or this was set up to address acute situations. But the retraining is the thing that is an investment so that people don't continue to swirl in this situation. So we're really excited about retraining, and actually, as of even yesterday, I've had 2 more of our retraining partners reach out and say, when can we start back up? And I said, I'll tell you after tomorrow. And so those retraining partners are really, they're looking for people to help. So all of those numbers are great, but how does it translate to people and households, right? So just as a reminder, the CCP was designed to leverage the state and the city dollars, okay? So we can put those together. So these dollars are a little, well, I'll explain it, but so we have provided support to over 4,900 households, of which about 80 to 85% of that are specific Oklahoma City residents. So that equals to 3,920 to 4,165 households that have received direct support. In the questionnaires, the average household number is 3.3. And so when we look at that percentage estimate with that 3.3, we've provided assistance to 12,936 to 13,745 Oklahoma City residents. So between 13,000 and almost 14,000 Oklahoma City residents have been provided support through the city's CARES dollars. We just wanted to say thank you so much because we get that this is not the traditional model, that this was a little bit of a new model that you all trusted that we would be able to execute on your behalf to support citizens. And we just are very appreciative that you allowed us to do this. We feel like we have done a really great job I love, Jenny Bass-Carl has a great way of explaining this. We were building the faucet as the water was flowing out of the fire hydrant. And so we've learned a tremendous amount, but we also know, because we get to sit across the table with these families, that we have been able to truly save people from being homeless. We've helped stabilize them, and for many have gotten them on a stronger path to the future. So I'll stop there. I could bore you to death with more numbers and information, but I'll answer any questions.
Yes, I was just curious, you talked about the training. What are some of those programs that you are referring to?
Okay, so let me start with some of our training partners, and many of them have, 3, 4 to 10 different training programs. So Metro Tech has stood up a number of, I want to say they probably had 10 or 11 different programs, everything from specific certifications, carpentry, forklift driver, to being lead certified inspectors. And so quite a few different, kind of a variety there. We have developed a partnership with OCCC, Rose State, Francis Tuttle. And so those are more existing programs that they will come to us and say, we've got a student that is eligible, that we believe is eligible, and so we'll pay for their tuition. So it's not a specific program that was designed for CARES funding, but it's just supporting that student as they're continuing their existing program. We've also worked quite a bit with some of the film and television retraining, some of the music training organizations. So Oklahoma Film and Television Academy, that's been a really exciting project. So they've really taken off and are really working hard to build the workforce for that industry that's trying to build here. Likewise, there's, I've got the letters, NPR, I'm trying to remember what it stands for, but a couple of other studios that are doing the similar kind of training. And then there's 2 or 3 different groups or different entities that are working specifically with musicians that are out of work and helping take their interest in their historic work in the music industry and translating it to sound manufacturing. So, or sound production, that's the right terminology, so that they can work in the film and television industry, they can work in the music industry, they can work in a place like the City Hall, managing the sound systems here. So a number of different, it's kind of been a wide range. One of my big surprises was truck driving. There is a huge, I had no idea, there's a huge truck driver shortage. And so we worked with 3 different truck driving, CDL training entities to try to help fill that workforce. So that part's been really interesting. I frankly have learned a tremendous amount about the workforce gaps and then those entities that are standing ready to be able to help. Other questions?
Thanks, Teresa.
Okay, fantastic.
Thanks
Thank
for all
you
you're
so
doing.
much.
All right. Well, that's all the presentations we had for the consent docket. Would the council like to make a motion? Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes as soon as you have that opportunity. Passes unanimously. I have to recuse from the concurrence docket today, so I'm going to turn the gavel over to Vice Mayor Greenwell. I think you can just stay where you are.
Okay, so we are now on the concurrence docket. Do we have any items for discussion? Okay. Do we have a motion for the concurrence docket? Do we have second? Okay, thank you. And we shall vote now. And it's approved unanimously.
Thank you. That brings us to items requiring separate votes, item 9 on your agenda. And we'll start with ordinances on final hearing that were recommended for approval at the Planning Commission. And we'll begin with item 9A1. This is at 11600 North Westminster Road, going from R1 with SP 496 to AA, Councilwoman Nice, and we do have the applicant, I guess, signed up to speak.
The applicant, I'll go ahead and, oh, there you go. I was looking for you in that crowd. I know he's always here, so I'll ask Mr. Box to go ahead and explain what we're doing with this property. Thank you.
Sure. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. This is a bit of an unusual application in that it's zoned R1 in an area that is predominantly AA. The R1 zoning that it currently has is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. All I could figure through my research was when this was annexed in at some point, it was annexed in as R1, but there are no services, there are no facilities that a typical R1 site would have. It has historically been used as agriculture. They have some mining that happens in and around this area, and so this application is just to get it to the historical and current use of the property, which is AA agricultural. Planning Commission did recommend approval, and there was no protest.
All right, thank you. I know we had a lengthy discussion in the last couple weeks about AA properties, so I just wanted to put it on record as to what we're doing with this piece of property. So with that, I'll move for approval.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes as soon as you have that opportunity. Passes unanimously. Item 9A2 is at 3000 Northeast 17th Street, going from R4 to C1. Back to you, Councilwoman Nice.
Yes, and I know this is to permit commercial development. Has anyone signed up to speak?
Does not appear so.
Someone's raising their hand in the back.
Oh, okay. We didn't get a slip from you, but just if you wouldn't mind stating your name and address and keep your remarks below 3 minutes.
My name is Felix Scott. My address is 3000 Northeast 17th.
Okay. You're the applicant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. I'd just like to say that this property here, I grew up in this neighborhood. This was originally built out as a convalescent center, a 63-bed convalescent center. It's 10,000 square foot property. We sit on the east side of Bryan Avenue. This is the project that we're proposing is to take this property and turn it into commercial property, put in a laundromat. I'm a paralegal by profession. I'm a paralegal office there. And we also have a construction company. And we're going to try and take this property and bring some good business to the neighborhood. Right now, the only existing business in this area is a convenience store across the street and a car wash. There's no other economic activity in the area. And so we're going to try to take the property and bring some good business to the area. So.
Well, Mr. Scott, say thank you
Right.
for the development that you're bringing. Do you live in the neighborhood now?
I personally live at Northeast 50th and Prospect.
Okay.
Okay, but like I said, I grew up in that area. I grew up in this area and where the building is located. This is the original business district for that area. It's since, died down, but all of the structures are still there. The people have no food there. It's a food desert, of course, so we definitely want to bring some type of dry food business there. There's no laundromat in the area. We have a beauty salon, so we're going to put in a barber shop and a sandwich shop. So, just trying to bring some good, clean business to the neighborhood for the people and bring them some essential services. Dry cleaners drop-off spot for one. But everyone's excited about it. We're making some renovations already, but I realized that we was not zoned commercial, and so I didn't know that for several years. I've owned the property now for like 8 years. But it's looking good, and we're hopeful that you'll support us in this endeavor.
Well, I truly support it and thankful that we're getting some more life back into that part of our community. And I will ask, I know I've been in touch with the neighborhood association that's right behind that area. So if you will, just reach out if you haven't already, just to get them on board. And if they can assist you, I know they're willing to do that.
I know a lot of the people that's involved with the neighborhood association grew up with them.
Okay.
Okay, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think they lost their office space up at the Garden Oaks School.
That's true.
So I was going to invite them down and see can I get them in the building.
Oh, that'd be
actually.
great.
Okay?
Oh, that'd be great. Well, I have no reason not to approve this.
Okay.
So with that, I'll ask for approval. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Any more questions?
Mayor?
Okay, we've got a motion to approve item 9A2. Do we have a second? Yes. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
9A3 is at 10633 Northeast 63rd, going from R1 to AA. Back to you, Councilwoman Nice.
We're busy, aren't we? Let's see. I have this, and I know it's Mr. Powell present. Okay. Has anyone signed up to speak?
No.
Okay, I do understand that this is an area going to AA, and if I'm not mistaken, this gentleman does roping, team roping. So that's what he's doing with this area. So with that, I'll move for approval.
All right, we've got a motion. Do we have a second? Got a second? Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, the Ward 1 items, Councilman Greiner says he is en route, so we're going to hold the Ward 1 Planning Commission items for a moment. That would be item 4, item 5. So we'll go now to item 9A6, which is at 15123 North Council Road, going from PUD 1568 to R1. Councilman Stonecipher.
Thank you, Your Honor. This item, there was an exchange of some correspondence last night concerning the item, and it's something that I haven't had a chance to thoroughly review yet. So I asked the applicant if they would defer it for 2 weeks, and they were okay with that. So at this time, I'd move to defer item 9A6 for 2 weeks, please.
All right, we have a motion and a second to defer item 9A6 for 2 weeks. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9A7 falls into my previously stated delay on items that are in Ward 1. We'll return to those in a little bit, which brings us to 9A8, which is at 1315 East Wilshire Boulevard, going from R1 to PUD 1781. Councilwoman Nice.
Yes, I know the applicant is present, so I'll ask him to come forward and speak to this development. Has anyone else signed up to speak? Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Brian Kuhn, representing the applicant. This is 75-acre PUD out on East Wilshire, east of Kelly. It is called the Wings Special Needs Community. It is for residential community for intellectual and developmental disability adults. We had a unanimous vote at Planning Commission, had some discussion at Planning Commission as far as sidewalks and when we would commit to those, and we have put that into the current document and agreed with those comments, and I would be glad to answer any questions you may have. Don't want to waste your time.
Well, I don't have any questions. I know we've talked thoroughly through this project and what is to come, and I'm excited for those, I'll say young adults and adults that will be housed in this area, and especially for those sidewalks for them to be able to walk through, and just the development in general of this stretch of our community. So with that, I'll move for approval.
Okay.
Got a motion and a second for item 9A8.
Mayor?
Yes.
And staff has informed me the easement has been submitted, so that will be part of the motion.
Okay,
Thank
so we'll deem that the easement is part of the motion. Okay? Cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. 9A9 is at 12116 Southwest 29th, going from AA to PUD 1782. Councilman McAtee? Yes, Mr. Box.
David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. This is a mixed-use PUD that would allow single-family and then commercial at the hard corner there at Check Hall and 29th. This is an area where sewer was recently extended. It did not receive any protest at Planning Commission, was recommended for approval by the Planning Commission. And we would ask for same. Be happy to answer any questions.
I don't think your mic's on, Larry. Oh, okay. No one else has signed up to speak, no.
With that being said, then, does the council have any questions that they'd like to ask? Seeing none, I move for approval.
Got a motion and a second? Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9A10 is at 11701 North Morgan Road, going from AA and PUD 754 to PUD 1783. Councilman Stonecipher?
Thank you, Your Honor. This is an ordinance on final hearing for rezonement to a PUD. It's a mixed-use development. It was recommended for approval by the Planning Commission, and there are no protests. Has anyone signed up to speak? I'd move for approval, please.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes as soon as you get that chance. Passes unanimously. All right, item 9A11 is at 500 South Cemetery Road, going from AA and R3 to PUD 1785. Councilman McAtee?
Thank you, Your Honor. Is the applicant present?
It appears so. If you wouldn't mind stating your name and address.
Brad Reed with Craft and Soul here on behalf of the applicant.
If you would, just give the council a brief overview of what you're intending to do here.
So this is it's an addition to a PUD that was approved in September, PUD 1775. As you can see, there was 1 acre that was left out of that area. After the other PUD was approved, the individual was able to buy the extra acre. So we're incorporating this 1 acre into the already approved PUD. It's a R4 base limited to an R2 use, so we can allow for a complex subdivision for duplexes.
Thank you, sir. Has anybody signed up to speak? There were no objections at the Planning Commission.
No.
Seeing no objections here, I move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now we're at item 9A12. That's at 7201 Northwest 150th Street, going from AA to SPUD 1261. Councilman Stonecipher?
Yes, this is an ordinance on final hearing for rezoning. It's for a mixed commercial and residential use, which includes a vet service and 1 home. It was recommended for approval by the Planning Commission on November 12th, 2020. There are no protests, so I'd move for approval at this time.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9A13 is at 4505 South I-35 Service Road, going from SPUD 607 to SPUD 1263. Councilman Stone.
Thank you, Mayor. Francis, has anyone signed up to speak on this? Thank you. This is a SPUD, basically at 44th and Western, for mixed-use commercial and charter school development. It was passed unanimously at the Planning Commission with no protests. Unless anyone has any questions, I'd recommend for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, now that brings us to 9B. This is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval. It's a special permit to allow use unit of emergency shelters and feeding sites in the SPUD 613 Simplified Planning Unit Development District at 1400 Northwest 3rd Street. And Councilwoman Hammond, we have quite a few people who've signed up to speak. It appears both in support and in opposition.
Yeah, I'd like to start just by mentioning that my employer would be, if this passes, would be part of operation of the facility. Is not anything related to what I do on a day-to-day basis for my employer. And so I just wanted to check with and confirm with our legal counsel that there's no conflict of interest for me facilitating this and being part of the discussion.
No, it's no legally prohibited conflict of interest.
Okay, I just want to get that out of the way. It looks like we are the applicant. Can we have someone from the city come speak to kind of what the facility would be used for and kind of where we've gotten with it?
Jared Shaded is here with us, and he will speak to this and what the goal is with this project.
Yeah, I'm Jared Shaded with the Oklahoma City Planning Department. We oversee homeless services on behalf of the city. This facility will provide shelter beds till the end of the winter. March 31st is the end date on this project for people who are homeless. As you know, some of you know, we provide overflow beds in our regular shelter facilities in the winter usually. The COVID pandemic has essentially wiped out those overflow beds completely, so we've had to find another way to provide them. This facility should provide the overflow capacity we need. We have partnered with the Homeless Alliance and the Mental Health Association to operate and staff the facility. It is more than appropriately staffed for the amount of people who will be operating it, and staffed with experienced case managers and people who are trained with conflict resolution. There's 3 staff members and 24-hour security at this location with patrols. There were a couple of protests on this. We've worked with the protester the last couple of days and our legal department to accommodate their concerns, and I believe as of yesterday we've managed to clear everything up. So I think we should hopefully be good to go, aside from maybe some other any other issues we may have that you want me to answer to right now. So if there are any questions, I can answer them.
I do have a quick question. Can you speak to kind of what's happening currently around the Homeless Alliance, specifically because of kind of that inability to have as much congregation as we maybe would in the past, specifically as it relates to folks camping and all the trash? Can you kind of speak to what some of those effects have been, and then how this might help alleviate some of that?
Yes, well, it is better on the homeless lines, but we're getting calls from all over the city right now. That shortage in shelter beds has significantly increased the street homeless population and the issues associated with the street homeless population, which are more campsites, oftentimes trash and things like that. It is, the Homeless Alliance, there have been some complaints about trash and camping in the neighborhood, and it's worse than it usually is when we're not in a pandemic, because people do not have locations to go. The hope is that this will reduce those issues in the neighborhood by getting more of those people off the street, because most of those problems are associated with street homeless population. And so ideally, that's an effect we hope to have on the neighborhood.
Are there any questions right now from council for Jared before we go to comment?
Is it not working?
There you go.
I reached out to the city manager and to Kenneth Jordan, and I did that after I read the letter that came from Groves and Associates dated December 31st, 2020. And in there, it seemed to me that there were some points that were worthy of discussion between the two parties. I asked Mr. Jordan to facilitate that, and if you could, Mr. Jordan, could you kind of explain what transpired yesterday and what was discussed?
Yes, Susan Randall and Jared and also Jeff Butler worked with the protestant and also with the applicant that would be operating the facility, and worked out the new conditions to be put into the special permit, and those are in the sheet that I handed out to you. The red wording there are the conditions that the protestants wanted on this use. So these would be added to the special permit as an amendment.
Thank you.
Jared, I have a question. So this facility would only be open during the winter time?
Yes.
Are there sufficient beds outside of that time frame to accommodate people?
Not right now, no. Otherwise, we wouldn't see an increase in street homeless population. Our city care shelter's hopefully going to be open within the next couple of months. That will assist with that, but the distancing requirements it's reduced the capacity, the overall total capacity by close to 40%. So that's very hard to actually make up that number.
Would there be any reason not to keep this open year-round?
At this location, it would be kind of up to the neighborhood and the operators at this point. So, I'd also want to make sure it's going to have a positive impact, like we say. We want to make sure it's going to do what we want it to.
Thank you.
How does this fit into the homeless initiative from MAPS 4?
This is unrelated to the homeless initiative for MAPS 4. This is just a temporary location for this winter to accommodate the bed loss for COVID.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else?
I'll just say briefly, I know a lot of us received the report from Jared every evening when it's cold as far as those open beds, and clearly there's not enough. And this speaks to the reasons why we say One OKC in order to be that good neighbor for all of our residents, including those who are displaced and or seeking shelter. I think this is a great use of this type of property for this time frame to help accommodate. And as we've already seen, we have extended our funding for different ways of coronavirus relief. So hopefully this is a way to also assist in more programming efforts and the training that we just heard about to help some of these folks who may be asking for just that hand to assist them in the efforts that they need to get back on their feet, and to just have that guidance that we know our resources can bring, especially in times like this. So thank you for your efforts in doing this.
Anything else?
Yeah.
And to remind you, we do have some speakers also, so some people who signed up to speak. Go ahead.
Oh, yes. Do you want me to wait for them?
No, it's up to you, man.
I'll wait.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, we have Tom Knutson. If you wouldn't mind stating your name and address and keep your remarks to 3 minutes.
Morning, Council. My name's Tom Knutson, and I'm a citizen of Ward 7. I work in the nonprofit field, directly related to caring for individuals and alleviating homelessness. I work in, excuse me, let me gather my thought. Let me come back to the mic.
Okay. Clinton Betchen. You'd state your name and address.
Yeah, Clinton Betchen, 3100 North Post Road. I'm a property owner adjacent, directly across the street from the property there. We've had some issues with homeless people camping out on our properties there. We've gone through numerous NOV code violations, trash and things. We demoed our properties. We've taken pride in that area now. So drive by the Homeless Alliance this morning and look at all the trash around across the street. I urge every one of you to go out there and take a drive after you leave here. Pretend that's your property right there across the street. So what's going to happen when all these people are let out of this facility on a daily basis and then they go camp across the street at our property there? We've rezoned this. It was zoned for high urban density now here. Is this really going to be, Joe Beth, is this really going to be a day facility for 3 months, or is there longer term plans with the seller of the building there to get this thing fixed up and then this become a permanent facility here? You know, can anybody answer that?
I can say that there were discussions about keeping it open during the day so that folks.
I can't hear you, Joe Beth.
There were discussions about keeping it open during the day so folks wouldn't be forced back into the neighborhood, but another protester objected to that, and that was actually worked out in these amendments. So the hope is that, my understanding from what has been shared with me, and I think Jared could clear this up if I'm misunderstanding, is that we would be able to send folks over to the Homeless Alliance, which is just right around the corner. I have not been a part of any discussions about longer term plans for the building, and so you'd have to talk to the property owner about that.
Was there going to be some guarantees to us as the landowners there that this is not going to be a permanent structure here for the homeless?
One of the
how many homeless facilities do we already have? What's the number that we've got out there already in the city? Are we just moving one problem from one area to another? You know, to say it could go in Ward 1, Ward 7, why can't we move it to there? Why right there in this area? What's the reason here?
One of the amendments to this is that this special permit shall expire on March 31st, 2021, with no option renewal without obtaining a new special permit. So they would have to come back in and go through the process again and ask for a new special permit to continue after March 31st.
Yeah.
If you'd like to see it. They're in red. Look at number 3 in particular.
Has it been finalized yet?
This is what has been agreed to between some of the protestants and the city and the caretaker in negotiations that occurred yesterday afternoon.
Okay. Is there going to be any extra law enforcement in the area?
Look at the last paragraph.
Okay.
In the red.
But these are just staff employees. These aren't,
keep going.
law enforcement people.
Keep going all the way to the end. What's it say?
So security will be provided by one employee of Elite Security 24 hours a day. So, do we have law enforcement that can come down there and disassemble people from camping out, trashing our properties, setting up tents? We've had that issue in that area down before. And then who's responsible for the trash removal on our properties? We get the violations when the other people trash up our properties. So it doesn't seem fair to us as the investors in the neighborhood down there. We're trying to bring this up to development issues and stuff, and then we're going to move all the homeless people from one area of the city to our area down here.
If you have a problem with trash, with people camping out, call us. Call me in particular, and the city will work with you.
I'd also say that I have been working on trying to explore a program where we could have proactive trash pickup for property owners particularly. That hasn't really gone anywhere. There's also a neighborhood association who's being very proactive in that area called Metro Park Neighborhood Association, doing regular trash pickups in the neighborhood of both litter and big trash that gets dumped on people's properties, like tires and other big trash that folks just come through and I guess throw onto empty properties. So that's also an opportunity to get involved in those proactive options to help the neighborhood thrive while also accommodating folks that are struggling. So that's another option as well.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I have.
Brad Richardson? Oh, okay, are you ready to speak now?
Sorry about that. I got cold feet up here. So let me try this again. From 2017 to 2020, I served as program manager at the day shelter for the Homeless Alliance. And as has been said before, we every winter operated the emergency cold weather shelter on the nights that the temperature drops below freezing. And I can tell you from working many of those overnight shifts that some of the conditions that we would see individuals coming in off the streets in were just unreal and agonizing. I can recall providing assistance to a gentleman who came in with frostbite all over the bottoms of his feet and all over his hands. I can recall individuals who would show up at all hours of the night, having been discharged from the hospital or the county jail, and walking for miles just to find a warm place to be at night. The staff was tasked with providing assistance to individuals who were suffering from various forms of mental health crisis and intoxication. And it is thankless work oftentimes. It is tremendous work that the team over there at Homeless Alliance is doing. And they need support. And last year, in 2019, we had we collected a number of deaths of unsheltered individuals, and that number was 29, and that was just what we were able to gather corresponding with hospitals and police. That number could very well be higher. So having said that, this really is a matter of life and death for many of our city's most vulnerable individuals, and I know that often gets, we hear that a lot, but I could not emphasize that enough. And so I hope that's taken to heart as we move forward with this decision and the outcome of this decision. So thank you for your time, and thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. Okay, Brad Richardson.
Hi there, Brad Richardson, 2629 Dorchester Drive. I'm an investor in the area with a couple different groups. And we have, I'm all for homeless shelters, a lot of help. My concern is the location of this. And I was involved with the negotiations yesterday, so I understand that it expires on March 31st. But I just want you guys to understand what we see happening in this area, because long-term, I think it could be an issue if it comes back and we try to extend and extend. The city is obviously growing to the north, from the core to the east to the south, and it's starting to go to the west. And there's all kinds of development ideas that we've come up with. We want to make it a very walkable community. We've actually been in front of the city council before and got some mini homes approved. We went walking, biking. So we want a unique residential area, a live-work kind of area, and we're excited about the prospects. My concern is if this continues and there's a long-term homeless shelter in the middle of a residential area, that's going to stifle development. And it's just the reality. You've got other investors that aren't even here today, but people I've talked to that, people want to move forward, and we see lots of opportunities. But the current concern, again, is if this actually is stationed there long-term, it's going to stop that development, because the trash and when people are released in the mornings, it's a real concern for that area. And we're excited for what it can be, but we're concerned about what it could be also.
All right, thank you. Richard Greenlee. Richard, if you wouldn't mind stating your name and address.
Richard Greenlee, 1220 Northwest 3rd, Oklahoma City. This should never have come before the council. The permit didn't follow any of the city ordinances on 59-45502-2 and 59-9D350.27. The applicant's program description was so deficient. I don't know how the staff approved this. I honestly don't. The management staff requirements, the security maintenance program requirements, disputes, transportation to where, trash and tents. I have a business 2 blocks from here with 26 employees. I've been in this neighborhood 36 years. This permit initially came out as an emergency was declared, which is immediately necessary for the preservation of the peace and health, safety, the public good of the Oklahoma City and its inhabitants. It did not take into consideration the neighbors of this facility and my 26 employees that I feel very responsible for the preservation of peace, health, safety, and the public good. Should I have to carry a gun? I have 10 guns at work. We've been intruded by mentally ill, homeless people on drugs multiple times. Should I have to carry a gun, seriously, as part of the health and safety? And what are the expectations for the single mom who has 3 kids out at the school bus stop, when 150 or 200 people are put loose. Mentally ill, people on drugs, it's a tough deal. But what's her expectation for her little children out on the bus stop? This is not safe. You're putting this in a residential neighborhood. This is crazy. What are you thinking? This is a residential neighborhood. What are the expectations for my employees that like to take a walk at noon and they don't feel safe? What is the expectation of my employees having to walk over feces? What is their expectation for having to walk over needles and condoms? And they don't feel safe walking out to the parking lot. What's my expectation when I take a walk at noon and I have to carry a weapon? Is that the expectation for the city council? This is ridiculous. Putting this here in the center of a residential neighborhood. 599350.27C talks to an inordinate concentration of shelters. This will be the 10th, people, the 10th shelter. When I started work here 36 years ago, there were 2. This is the 10th. How many is enough? I'd like an answer to that, please. What's the number? Is it 15? Is it 20? What exactly is the number of these shelters? I'd like an answer. I'll leave some time for somebody to answer. What's the number?
I'm not sure there's a stated number, but I would point out that the Oklahoma Halfway House is actually no longer in operation, and Sunbeam Family Services that's listed on here is not actually really truly a homeless shelter. I also don't know if I would count Homeless Alliance. I guess it is a feeding shelter, but Sunbeam is not. I would not say is it has a use unit as an emergency shelter, but is not. And again, Oklahoma Halfway House is not in operation anymore.
This came from the applicant. This came from your staff. This is the deficiency of the staff report. Those came from the staff. We didn't provide those.
I understand that. That's their use units, but that doesn't always speak to what truly happens there. So they have to include that because the use units are part of their zoning, but I just want to make sure that's clear that what's going on at those facilities is not necessarily the same thing as these other facilities.
What's the number? What's the number? How many is there going to be? I've got a couple more.
Well, your time is up. I'm sorry.
Westtown is a train wreck.
Greg Shin. Greg Shin.
This is a disgrace. You guys need to think long and hard. You are bad at homeless issues because the population
Greg Shin,
keeps growing.
Mr. City Manager, we may need to remove this gentleman. Thank you. Greg Shin.
Hello, Greg Shin, Mental Health Association, Oklahoma. Our office is at 400 North Walker, just down the street from here. We will be the manager of the shelter. We will provide the facilities management and the building operations. And the operation of the shelter itself is being contracted out to Dan Strawn and the Homeless Alliance. And they have many years of experience, as you well know, working with homeless populations. We all know that housing is the solution to homelessness, but we also know that we need additional emergency shelter beds right now. We see this project and the permit being submitted by the city as a win-win. We believe this will be a win for the neighbors who are expressing their concerns here right now, because we will be giving a safe shelter space for those people that have been camping in the area. As I drive around off of Black Welder and near Sheridan, there are many campers. There are unsheltered people. The number has been increasing during the pandemic. By opening this shelter, we will allow those people to come indoors. Our street outreach teams that we operate will engage these individuals and get them to come into the building as best as we can, which will be a win for the neighbors. It'll also be a win for the homeless individuals, of course. and we will maintain safe operations. We have security. We'll screen for weapons, and we have a metal detector and a bag scanner, and we have storage capacity. The building has been brought up to code. The utilities are working. The gas is on. The water's on. The fire suppression system is working. Everything is in working order. Right now, the contractors are in the building. So we will police the area, make sure that there's no trash around every single day. We cannot guarantee on other properties, but around the building, we can guarantee that we will maintain safe and secure operations. And so I really do appreciate your support of this project and of this application today. Thank you.
I'm encouraged to hear that you're going to police the area and look at the trash.
Yes, sir.
If I start receiving phone calls from neighbors that are complaining about that, I'm hopeful that you will sit down with those neighbors and with me to resolve that issue.
Yes, sir, and if you receive those, you contact Dan and I, and we will address it, and we will work with those neighbors. That's a guarantee.
I appreciate it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan Strong?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Dan Strawn. I'm the exec and the founder of the Homeless Alliance. We're located at 1729 Northwest 3rd. That's 3 blocks due west of the site. I want to speak briefly in support of the city's application to create a winter shelter at the former Willard School. In answer to some of the questions addressed today, there are 7 overnight shelters in Oklahoma City. Normally, that would be about 900 beds. Since the pandemic, all the shelters have had to enforce social distancing in their operations, and that's reduced our normal 900 beds to about 600 beds. That has led to an increase in unsheltered homelessness and the problems that housed citizens have with that issue. We believe that developing this winter shelter will address some of those problems, at least for the next 2.5 months. That's a good in and of itself. More importantly, from my perspective, is it will save lives. It just will. And we've been seeing about 60 people a night in our day shelter. Everybody here knows we've had an ice storm and 6 inches of snow, and it's been a rough winter so far. And for people without a home that are under bridges and our neighbors, something like this can absolutely save a life. So I appreciate the council's consideration. Thank you.
Dan, before you leave, I need to ask you a question, but first I need to ask Craig. Craig, could we use some of our CARES funds to provide funding for like temporary employment for members who are at the daycare center or at this other facility to provide cleanup services for the area? I mean, it's related to COVID.
You know, as Councilwoman Hammond suggested before, she's asked about our ability to be able to do some of this. I don't know about the CARES funds being used for that, but she's inquired about that previously and wanted to look at ways that we could have like cleanup teams that could help take care of some of the litter, especially gets around some of these areas of the camps and all. So we've been looking at that.
Right.
We haven't identified the solution at this point, but it's definitely something we're looking at. I don't know if CARES funds falls into this, but just as was suggested by some of the folks that were concerned about it, that we do have problems in these areas where we have homeless encampments, and sometimes we'll go in and clean up camps. We have issues with being able to get onto private property, but also being able to just take care of litter that comes out around the areas. That's something that we're going to have to be more proactive about. And Councilman Hammond's concept was exactly what you're talking about, was not just to have a program that's addressing the litter, but allows people to do like day labor and allow them to be able to help with some of the issues and the problems. So it's something we're definitely looking into. We don't have the solution yet, but it's something that we're looking into. I just don't know about the CARES funds being used for that purpose.
Well, and I don't want to speak on behalf of charities, but I would think there might be some not-for-profit organizations who would be inclined to support some type of program. But Dan, I'm thinking more in terms of a year-round program. you know, that individuals that utilize your service could be hired and earn some extra money in doing these types of activities.
Certainly, well, in Tulsa, the city of Tulsa has a partnership with Mental Health Association, in fact, to do parks cleanup, right? I forget what it's called.
What was the name of that program,
Albuquerque
Councilwoman?
has a similar
A Better Way
program.
is what
Better
it's
Way.
called in Tulsa.
And don't we have CEO? Isn't that, I know it's not homeless related, but for those who have been disadvantaged as far as helping them to be able to have better opportunities with jobs and cleaning up in different areas of our communities as well.
We would be very open to exploring that
Well,
kind of
for
partnership.
example, we have volunteers that I think we pay here in the downtown area. You know, they're on those vehicles, those little single individual things, and they kind of give people
That's
direction.
funded through the downtown bid.
Yeah.
That's part of the downtown bid program. But I think the concept there, you know, people that are concerned about this, they they want to see services provided for the homeless and help them out. They're concerned with some of the fallout that comes around that. And I think as a community, especially with the increase that we've had, we need to do a better job of helping to address some of that, working with nonprofits together in a partnership. We need to be more proactive about that.
Specifically, I've had conversations with Dan Strawn and his staff, along with the Tulsa staff who run the program there, about implementing something here. The issue is funding, so if the council wants to direct the city to put some money into that, hey, I'm all for that. Someone out there listening wants to make a gift to pilot that program here, I'm all for that. It's just that's been the hiccup, is we don't know where the funding for.
Right, and it's one
program.
that becomes a problem for the community. I mean, we're trying to address the issue of homelessness. It becomes a bigger problem when really the issues around the shelters and around the issues of homelessness with the camps and all, that when we can't get people into housing, or because we have a shelter there, that causes a negative reaction within the community, because they're just dealing with bad situations and bad environments. And it's an emotional situation because it's around your businesses, it's around your homes, and we understand that, and it's something we need to do a better job of, especially with the increased number of homeless that we've had.
Well, I would think that the HOT team, I believe that's the acronym with the police department, could work with these individuals and, in a sense, maybe go beyond just clean up and actually do some, I'm going to use the word patrolling, but just be out in the community as an employee of some organization. I don't know if you'd be the employer, Dan, or who would be, and with assistance by the HOT team in terms of consulting with these individuals on how to perform that
Generally
type
with the
of
HOT
patrol.
team, you know, I think it's understood, it's not an enforcement issue. It's one where you're really trying to identify the problems and help connect them with services.
Yeah.
And so we try to have them working with the organizations that are providing services for the homeless. So it'd be exactly along that line, not from an enforcement standpoint. You got to deal with some of those issues, but
Right.
primarily the goal is to get them connected with services.
Right, and I think our limitations with respect to the HOT team is just the limited number of personnel.
Sure.
Yeah. And so
That is one of the
if we could
problems.
supplement somehow. All right, thank you.
If I could make
Go ahead.
one more brief point, in terms of the location. It won't surprise any of you to know that back in the summer, in July, in fact, we knew that winter was coming, and that we would, with the pandemic, have an issue with winter shelter. And so we with the city planning department and the homeless services folks, Jared and Stacy, and a lot of different partners, we looked at dozens of properties all over the city, New Way Cleaners and the former Shepherd Manor, and just a lot of different properties. This one, despite its many shortcomings, and I recognize them, was by far the best of the lot, and that's why we chose this one, the Willard School.
Thank you. Courtney Hurt?
Good morning, counselors. My name is Courtney Hurst, and I am a worker owner at Fertile Ground Cooperative. We're located just 1 block north of where the shelter would be taking place. We're a local compost and recycling company, and about a year ago, we partnered with the Neighborhood Association Metro Park that Councilwoman Hammond just mentioned, and did a cleanup for the neighborhood. And we picked up a lot of trash, a lot of recyclables, and it was a really cool community project to do together. And I feel like everyone should know that this isn't something that's new. By bringing a shelter here, it's not bringing people that were not around. I know from working in the area for a long time, whether there's a shelter or not, there are people experiencing homelessness all over the neighborhood. So in my mind, at least if we give these people a place to have have somewhere warm to sleep at night, I don't feel that we are doing anything but helping our neighborhood. I do go walk around at lunchtime, and I do come across a lot of people, and I talk to them, and I have personally have not felt unsafe, but that could just be my perception. But in talking to some of these people, they're people who are just having a hard time and doing the best that they can, just like the rest of us. And to me, these people, just because they don't have homes in our neighborhood, does not mean that they're not our neighbors. They're still part of our neighbors in this neighborhood. And if we're helping them, we're helping our entire neighborhood. It's easy to say that by bringing people to this area that we could be bringing things that would make certain neighbors feel unsafe, but those same people feel unsafe every day. I can't imagine having to sleep on the street on days like we had last week where there's ice. And I don't feel that anyone should have to do that. So I appreciate all of the work that people at the Homeless Alliance and everyone else that is trying to help these people. And I hope that the council will consider the lives of the people that are needing shelter. And I, as a business owner in the neighborhood 1 block away from where this shelter is, support it. And our business is willing to help with these cleanups and do what it takes to make people in the neighborhood feel more safe and feel like they can still live and their business can thrive there, despite having a shelter in the neighborhood. Thank you all for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Michael Washington?
Esteemed horseshoe panel, Michael Washington, 2900 with the welcoming 2900 Northeast 18th Street. Excuse me, a little hoarse this morning. Well, now, we have a very delicate situation to deal with here, isn't it one? We have people needing to get off the street, but then you have a neighborhood of people who are concerned with probably vagrancy and possible looting, corruption, and crime. It is very delicate and I guess you would say heartwarming. Somebody's not going to like the end result, but then again, something will and shall be done. Homelessness is a very frightening reality. A lot of people simply just don't have the money, especially with this pandemic going on. And as a matter of fact, if I wasn't lucky, I'd probably be on the street myself right now. Well, in my opinion, no pun intended, businesses will still thrive. People, however, could suffer frostbites, could actually be a terrible thing for the businesses around that sleeping all in the street corners or what have you, sleeping on the business doorsteps, by a stop sign or whatever. Once again, very delicate one. But I myself would think that the homeless shelter would have to win this one. Again, no disrespect to the businesses, and again, we know that everybody's trying to strive with their business adventures or whatever the case may be, but there again, you have to weigh homelessness. Someone willing to help someone, feed someone, shower someone, put them in a bed, to give them a cot, would have to win this one. So with that, I don't want to take sides. This is just a simple opinion of mine. One way or the other, I don't benefit other than the fact that, wanting people to be happy and safe. But I think that this esteemed panel here have something on your hands this morning. But I'm all for whatever decision you reach. I'm all for the benefit of everyone. I guarantee you what, if they do move in with this shelter, I believe that they and the neighbors that live there and the business owners can find and work a solution out. Why? Because human beings are like that. We all have different opinions, different ways of life, different lifestyles. But I tell you what, look at how we are. I don't even know either one of you, maybe my councilwoman here and this young man here for maybe a little bit of time, but guess what? We all get along. Why? Because being a diverse community of people, that's what God intended and made us to be. Okay, so some things are not going to be relevant and some aren't, so I am gone. Thank y'all for your time. I will be back.
Thank you. That concludes all the citizens who signed up to speak. I know Councilman Cooper had some comments he wanted to make.
Thank you. There are questions, I think, this time around. Jared and or Dan, but I think I have questions about just like the homeless situation generally.
Okay.
Thank you both. So, for those who might, for the first time, be tuning in to a city council meeting and or to a city-led discussion regarding homelessness, would you tell us around this time of year what we as a city and different agencies would be doing in terms of the point in time count? What's the point of that? How does that help us understand what our homelessness numbers are in a city? I would like to start there, please.
We work with the Homeless Alliance predominantly and other organizations, but really it's us and the Homeless Alliance that work together to organize the point in time count. And the point of that is to actually do a full census as possible of the homeless population on one day. And that's, we would do it longer if it was up to us, but that's a HUD requirement also for our federal programs. Now, but we want to get the best count as possible because we actually want to know, we use the count every year to get an idea of what our problem is with each particular subpopulation. HUD only requires us to do a full street count every other year. We do a full one every year because we want that trend data. The trend data is what's the most valuable. We were trending down until a couple of years ago, and then right before COVID hit, we trended back up again. We are not actually going to do a point-in-time count this year because of COVID. We can't get volunteers together and send them out to the camps. It's bad for the volunteers, but it's worse for the people we're actually going to go out and see because their immune systems are compromised. So we got a waiver this year. But for the past several years, past about 10 to 15 years, we've used this count as an idea, as a way to identify our problem areas in which populations we're having the most luck with and where we need to refocus our resources. And Dan can say anything else if he wants to.
Sure. So obviously the sheltered count is really easy. We just asked City Rescue Mission, how many men, women, and children did you have last night? The unsheltered count is more challenging because there are unsheltered homeless people all over Oklahoma City. And I know you and Joe Beth and others have participated in the unsheltered count. We get volunteers to go out at 4 o'clock in the morning all over the city to interview unsheltered homeless people. And, I've been doing volunteer work all my adult life, and I would not sign up for that gig because, you got to be there at 3, you got to get the training, and we do it in the last week of January, which is not usually balmy. But we routinely put up the volunteer sign-up list a couple of weeks before, and within 45 minutes, we have 200 slots filled. It's the most amazing thing, and gratifying sort of reaffirmation of the city's commitment to volunteerism.
Thank you for that context. I remember being up very, very early with Councilwoman Hammond and Councilwoman Nice, and I appreciate the opportunity to join you all to do that work. My follow-up, you said, Dan, we know that housing is the solution to this issue. Would you specify what you mean by that, particularly as it relates to what housing first as a best practice strategy is? And my follow-up is, how does, and this is to Councilman McAtee's earlier question about MAPS 4, how does MAPS 4 allow us to move toward a housing first approach, why we're taking that approach, and how that is going to help us address the numbers we've learned about during the point in time count. And I just think this is a really important answer you're about to give, because otherwise we are going to sit in a lot of frustration, I think, for the next several years as a city, going, what are we doing, what are we doing? And I think this, what we're doing, is very helpful to hear right now.
Sure. So, and I absolutely do not mean this pejoratively. If you ask a kindergartner, what is it that homeless person needs? They're going to roll their eyes at you and say, it's a home, right? That's the problem. And that's how a city solves homelessness, by providing housing. And in Oklahoma City, we use this housing first model. It's an international best practice. It is housing without preconditions. And think of it this way: if I go to that guy that is sleeping under a bridge, and I say to him, listen, if you will just get control of the voices in your head for 90 days, I'll get you an apartment. It's not going to work. He's not going to be successful. And with mental illness, addiction is just another form of mental illness. And if I say to that guy, if you can be sober for 90 days, I'll get you an apartment, and expect him to be successful in his sobriety while he's living under a bridge, it doesn't work. But if I go to that guy and I say, look, I've got housing for you, I've got case management, I've got therapy, I've got groups that you can go to, I'm going to put you in housing, and then we're going to wrap you around with the services you need to stay stable on your mental health meds, to stay sober, you're 100 times more likely to be successful with that guy than if you throw all kinds of preconditions on their housing. And so we've been using the housing first model since 2013 in Oklahoma City. Throughout most of that time, we've seen a slow but steady decrease in our point in time count until last year. The problem has become lack of truly affordable housing, and that's where MAPS 4 comes in, with $50 million to support the development of new units of truly affordable housing. And I know we said this during the MAPS 4 hearings, but when business people in the chamber talk about affordable housing and what a great affordable housing market Oklahoma City has, we do if you're making 80 to 120% of AMI. And in Oklahoma City, that's 40 to 60,000. So if your family income is 40 to 60,000, we've got great affordable housing for you. But if we have 135,000 people in Oklahoma County living at or below the poverty line, that's 12,000. So if your annual income is 12,000, then our affordable housing market is in no way affordable for you. And that's why the city chose to include $50 million for truly affordable housing in MAPS 4. But you all know that MAPS 4 is not an overnight thing, right? We just opened one of the last MAPS 3 projects. And so when you have an emergent need like this for winter shelter to save lives, it's really separate from the housing issue, because that takes time.
The point in time count, what was that number last year, Jared?
1573.
Oh, 1573?
No.
I think that's right.
Okay.
It's close to it. It was about.
And then I heard earlier We have 7 overnight shelters.
We do.
Okay. For a total of 900 beds.
Yes.
One more time, the point in time count number.
It says 1,500. I don't remember the exact count, but it was about 1,500.
We have a deficit. There's a, even with that
Well,
900.
but I want to clarify also, the 1,500 also accounts for people who are in shelter. So yes, you do have a deficit. We won't say it's by quite, that much, but you do have a deficit, but it's not by, by like 900.
So there's an interim emergency need, and then there's this long-term in terms of the 8 years of MAPS 4 long-term to get to the root of it, which is the housing aspect of this. Moreover, I believe in MAPS 4, we being the council and then the voters approved new mental health facilities as well, to deal with some of the mental health issues that have long gone ignored and unfunded, unfortunately, in our state and city. So those were kind of my main questions. I really appreciate you both taking time to walk us back through that particular data.
And actually, I do have just some follow-up questions sort of to pivot off of that. I know during the MAPS 4 hearings, you had mentioned, Dan, how many units of truly affordable housing Oklahoma City is projected to need today. Can you remind us of that number?
4,500.
And can you remind me the number that the MAPS 4 money will provide in 10 years, maybe? I think I'm setting you up. It's like 1,000. So there's already a deficit. I hope the council and anyone watching, if you watched the MAPS hearing vote, I moved to increase that number because we are already at a deficit and we're going to be scraping at the surface of that. So I just want to sort of use the platform now to say, anybody wanting to invest in affordable housing, like, you got partners here. You can talk to Dan, you can talk to Jared, you can talk to me, I can get you in touch with them. We also need private landlords who are willing to lease to people with a history of homelessness. And there's a stigma around that, but you don't know the situations people have been in their lives. And just because they have been without a home once doesn't mean that they can't be stable and reintegrated into the wider community as a neighbor in your apartment building. And so just to speak to that, we're trying to do what we can to fill in the gaps to keep people alive, but there's a whole systemic issue of not having private investment in affordable housing. And so I would say to anyone who wants to build this area up as an investor in properties, there's some really great opportunities to provide and work with the partners in the neighborhood. And I would say the neighborhood association, who is committed to recognizing the neighbors who don't have homes in the neighborhood, to help increase the ability of affordable housing and not just there are a lot of properties north of Linwood that are just vacant homes sitting because people are, and I've heard this from the neighborhood association, they're current neighbors in the neighborhood who have offered to buy those homes to have their family member live there, to maybe rent out a unit to someone who currently lives on the street, and the people who currently own those properties will not sell them to people who already live in the neighborhood. And so there are opportunities to tackle this problem systemically as we also try to tackle the day-to-day issues of where people can be safe and survive the winter, but also the issues of trash and other things that come from people living outside. We kind of have to do all of them at once, but when we only focus on the intermittent issues and don't get as many partners on board for the long-term issues, I think we're doing ourselves a disservice in the conversation. So I appreciate, Councilperson, your speaking to that affordable housing issue, because at the core of it, that is what will solve this problem, and has in other communities. And not to say that they eliminate homelessness, but they are providing affordable housing at a rate that keeps it minimal in short term rather than chronic and long term, which just makes it harder and harder to really reintegrate and reacclimate to living inside. So that's I just wanted to throw that out there as a reminder that yes, we are investing in this in MAPS, but it is not enough for what we need today, let alone who knows what 10 years will bring, especially with this depression that the pandemic has brought on. So that's all I got.
This raises two questions for me, City Manager and Mayor Holt. And I guess Jared, someone smart will know the answer to this. When will council receive the recommendations from Mayor Holt's homelessness task force?
We're actually amending that contract, putting it in there into PrimeGov right now. Within the next couple of months, ideally, and then there may be some finalization on the strategy after that as well. But we received a draft, and we're modifying it now to kind of whittle it down because COVID kind of changed the game quite a bit. So we've had to make some modifications to it.
Do you recall, was this conversation that Councilwoman Hammond and Councilor Greenwell and the discussion that City Manager Freeman were having about the idea of funding folk to be able to earn some income while helping to clean up some of these areas that have been historically experiencing the most traffic and trash? Do you remember if that's something that we discussed? I know there were multiple subcommittees, and maybe I wasn't on a subcommittee.
It was discussed, but it was not a subcommittee, and it was not a particular strategy. It could be an element of one, but it's not currently one, because the focus of the strategy is predominantly getting people off the street. And while employment may be one of those factors, no specific employment was discussed.
I'd like to add my voice to that, and I know you had mentioned to me in a fairly recent phone call that Councilwoman Hammond had been advocating for that approach. So please know that my support, you have that fully and wholly to fund that. Because, and again, I didn't know about Housing First until I ran for office and took a tour of the Homeless Alliance. And I have a couple master's degrees. I have to believe that a good chunk of our city also does not know what Housing First is, and maybe even though these were packed pews, as you all recall during MAPS 4, and people stream things on YouTube, maybe not everyone tuned into our marathon-long MAPS conversations. Those were 5, 6, sometimes 9-hour conversations, as we remember. And so I just think that communication is going to be such a critical part about the complexities of housing, the housing crisis, because the myth that Dan pointed out about how affordable it is to live here, that is really difficult to overcome in conversations about Oklahoma and Oklahoma City. It is super difficult to overcome. So we're gonna have to be very proactive in those conversations. Another thing I would note is just listening to that 40 to 60,000 income number, and then listening to what JoBeth just said a moment ago, and I want everyone listening to please hear me when I say this. I've been struggling a lot over the Christmas break trying to reconcile what I'm about to say. The median income in Ward 2 is $32,000. If that has changed in the recent census, that's going to be interesting news. But some of my youth council people put out some statistics about the ward, and that was one of them. So $32,000 being the median income. We're not even in that 40 to 60s. By the way, that's not to say, we all remember median in math school, right? It doesn't mean everybody there is making that. I'm not dense, but I am telling you that the median income in the ward is that, and that makes so much sense to me from knocking doors. That's a lot of the people that I met. There are all those incomes, but a lot of them are right there around that median. And so we do have a need for housing that is attainable. I think Homeless Alliance put out some statistics a few months ago that said you had to work even working 2 minimum wage jobs was not going to be enough for a 1-bedroom apartment here in this city. And then you add on the transportation cost. You have to own a car. You have to own a car. And you have to pay monthly car insurance, monthly car bill. God forbid your tires. God forbid your transmission. God forbid words you never heard before all of a sudden show up when you have to go get your car taken to the shop. Like, this is just reality for a significant number of people in Ward 2. Don't take my word for it. Go back to the New York Times when they went out there when I was knocking doors, and the 3 issues that people said were walkability, education, and homelessness. So I'm just bringing back just how complex and important this is. And something else Jobette said that I think is very important. And city manager, mayor, I don't know what we can do about this, but do we talk? I am so removed from the world of the developer for the most part. I have a really good friend I talk to over lunch very frequently about, just all kinds of things, but we don't really dig in so much to development. But I have to say, like, what are we doing to incentivize or just having conversations with the development community about the reality that I just said of $32,000 being the median income of Ward 2 and knowing what that need is. And then I look at a model like the Boulevard place that's being built, this apartment downtown, right? Where it's gonna be mixed incomes, right? And I remember Dan, I remember Jared, and I remember someone else during MAPS 4 saying that what we learned was the mistake of public housing was creating this segregated, off to the side housing, and it doesn't allow for community. So the idea being, what happens when you put retail on the bottom floor or something? What happens when the apartments above it are people who are free market income, they can afford that, their market rate cost, and then people who are these different income matters. Do we talk to developers? Do they know these needs, and can we incentivize them? Like I said, this has been really on my mind heavy. If I'm going on about it, it's because I think it's at the heart of a crisis we're experiencing in the city.
We do have conversations, and right now, like in our GOLT program, there's a certain portion that's set aside to help incentivize the affordable housing, and generally it is something that has to be incentivized, that it's difficult to do a full development that would be the lower income, especially in the areas that you're talking about. So it's something we have conversations about. It's just a difficult issue.
Todd's gonna say something. Councilman Stone, I just feel it. I feel like you had an opinion about that. No? Okay, fair enough. So, okay, well, you all know how I feel about it. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments on the item? If not, we have 3 votes. So potentially, there is an amendment to adopt the agreement that we've been presented with here. And then there would be adoption of the ordinance itself. And then there is an emergency requested, which makes sense since the amendment renders this special permit only effective for 90 days anyway. So less than 90 days. So you would certainly want to have an emergency for something of that nature. So with that, what would the council like to do?
I'd like to move to include the...
You want to move the amendment?
Move the amendment, there we
Yes.
go.
So this is an amendment that has been distributed to the council. It includes the expiration of the special permit on March 31st. It includes a requirement for security 24 hours a day and other numerous agreed upon provisions. And do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes when you have that opportunity. Passes unanimously. All right, now we are on the ordinance as amended. So this is for a special permit through March 31st.
We'll move to approve the ordinance.
Okay, we've got a motion. And a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And then finally, is there a motion for an emergency?
I'll move the emergency.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
And
All right.
just as a last
Yeah.
note, I have back in December and then again this month and probably going months forward, I'm hosting, the Homeless Alliance, you can sign up like literally any day of the week, maybe except for Sundays, to go do a cleanup time with them. They've been trying to recruit volunteers to go clean up on and around their facility. They've provided extra trash facilities, but we all know the wind blows things around and it's hard to keep up with. So they're recruiting volunteers. They send their staff out regularly to do that, but they're already trying to do a million things. So if anyone's ever interested in joining me, I think my next date that I've signed up for is on January 26th. It's usually always going to be a Tuesday morning. I know we can't have a quorum, but council members are always welcome, as well as anyone from the community, to join me or sign up on another day and just kind of help out in that community aspect of pitching in where we can to kind of help alleviate and support the work, but also alleviate any of the side effects of just what's being increased because of COVID and the issues of congregation and needing to send people out with sack lunches. So that's my last note.
Okay. We're now going to return to our previous items now that we are joined by Councilman Greiner that are representative of Ward 1. And so this means we're back at 9A4. This is a planning case at 2350 North Sarah Road going from AA to R1. Councilman Greiner?
Has anybody signed up? No? Okay, yeah, this had unanimous planning commission approval, and unless somebody has a question, I'll move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes as soon as you have the opportunity. Passes unanimously. Item 9A5 is at 10510 Northwest 23rd Street, going from AA to R2, Councilman Greiner, and no one has signed up to speak.
Okay. It's the same thing with this one, unanimous planning commission approval, so I will move for approval.
Got a motion? Is there a second? Did anybody say second? Second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And finally, 9A7 at 10599 West Britain Road, going from AA to PUD 1776. Isn't that nice? Councilman Greiner.
This has two tracks. One's a R1 and one's a RA. Has nobody signed up for this one either?
Nope.
Okay. It's compatible with the area. That's how that area is developing, and so I would move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Are we held up on something? Who are you waiting on? Councilman McAtee, have you voted? All right, passes unanimously.
Thank you for delaying those.
No worries.
I apologize for being late.
No worries, thank you. 9C, ordinance on final hearing, recommended for approval to close a portion of Northwest 90th Street, east of Ollie Avenue, North Ollie, and west of North Francis. Councilman Cooper?
Yes, is the applicant available to speak? I think they are.
Okay.
Good morning, Mark Zidzow, Johnson & Associates, 1 East Sheridan Avenue. Is this working? Okay. This is an application to close a portion of Northwest 90th Street. Britain Christian Church to the north owns the block north and south. They've been an anchor in the neighborhood for over 100 years. This aerial is not updated, but the block to the south, a few years ago, we rezoned for a tennis court. I don't know if that exhibit is available now. The tennis court services the neighborhood and underserved youth. The tournaments that have taken place have become wildly successful. And the problem that this has created is the bathroom and the changing rooms, snack machines are all located inside the church. So given the very straight stretch of street here, there's been a consistent problem with speeding drivers going to Western and Classen. So we looked at the options and determined that the best course forward to create a safe interaction here would be to close the street. There's an exhibit provided that shows what the plan is, which is basically to create a grass section in the middle of the block that'll be used for both seating and safe crossing. So with that, we'd ask for your approval. Happy to answer any questions.
Yeah. Thank you. Just for some clarifications, that area, that stretch and its closure would still allow for a walkability from Classen to Western, is that correct?
Yes, my apologies, I should have mentioned that. The street closure is to close vehicular access. We are maintaining both pedestrian and cycling access through this block. Sidewalks are partially constructed on half the block to the south in conjunction with the tennis court. And as the rest of the block develops either with future tennis or soccer fields, whatever the use may be, the remaining portion of the sidewalk will also be constructed.
This was an important note when I was speaking with the director of Embark, Jason Fairbrush, because as you know, there's a bus stop right there on Western. And so making sure that the neighbors access from the neighborhood in that first mile, last mile conversation, that was really important there. Since you couldn't see the illustration, there's landscaping, there's a lot of green space. That whole space just becomes a very pedestrian activated space. Is that correct?
Yeah, the goal is, if you can envision it, in the middle of the block, the intent is to build up a berm where parents, visitors, neighborhood folk that want to come watch the tennis matches can sit, partake in the fun, but there's also pathways to cross safely back and forth, and it removes any vehicular conflict from occurring. So we looked at things like stop signs, but in the end, we just did not feel it was creating a safe enough environment given how popular the tennis courts on the south have become.
Does anyone on council have any questions? All right. Well, with that, I would move for approval.
Second. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes as soon as you have the opportunity. Passes unanimously. Okay, that brings us to 9D. This is an ordinance on final hearing, amending ordinance number 26,540, adopting and ratifying the Stockyard City Business Improvement District, etc. This was previously introduced and discussed, and so today is just potential final consideration.
I will move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9E, this is a public hearing regarding an ordinance relating to animals, amending Chapter 8 of the Oklahoma City Municipal Code, etc. This was presented at our last meeting. Of course, we have a 3-meeting cycle for any proposed ordinance change, and so this is merely the public hearing. Francis, has anyone signed up to speak?
No, sir.
Okay, then we will close the public hearing and move on to item 9F. This is a resolution authorizing city staff to submit an application for a certificate of approval from the Downtown Design Review Committee to demolish the old city jail found at 200 North Chartel Avenue. This was previously deferred from December 8th and 22nd. I do believe it is at this point our intention to discuss the item. I did want to kind of maybe set a couple foundational issues, make sure everybody understands. This is, in this case, we're the property owner. Many times when demolitions are discussed at City Hall, it's usually brings in a whole discussion about private property rights, but that's irrelevant here. We are the property owner, and the discussion we're having today is about what we want to do with the city's property. And secondarily, I wanted to establish where we are procedurally. This is proposed to authorize city staff to submit an application as a property owner to the Downtown Design Review Committee because this building is in a design district. It requires that approval. So this is not authorizing said demolition. It is applying for said demolition. So with that, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, so Brent Bryant is here, our finance director, to give a short presentation on the recommendation from staff and the request. He'll walk through some of that the mayor talked through. This has been going on for a long period of time. The last time this was heard with council was back in August of 19. And so Brendan will just kind of give us an update on that, on the project, and then what's being recommended at this point or requested.
Good morning, Brett Bryant, Finance Director. Today I have a brief presentation regarding the history of the redevelopment process that we've gone through since 2012. The former jail construction was funded with the city and bond funds from the federal, with city and along with federal matching funds funded by the New Deal Public Works Program Administration, which provided for the construction of a jail, an auditorium, later known as the Civic Center, City Hall, and the county jail. And I believe Marvin and Catherine are going to talk even more about the history about that, so I'm going to let them do that. At the end, the building function is office space on floors 1 and 2, and is on jail floors from 3 to 6. The jail is adjacent to the former police headquarters and courts building. As you can see on this map, the Oklahoma County Detention Center, the E911 Center, and the new courts and police headquarters. During its working life, the building housed up to 275 detainees daily. And on July 1st, 1997, the city started housing offenders or people that have been arrested on city charges at the Oklahoma County Detention Center. Since that time, much of the upper floors have been used for storage. The city's marshal's office was located on the first floor. They moved out in 2013 as mechanical systems started failing and due to other safety concerns. As we stand today, the condition of the building is very poor. All mechanical systems need to be replaced. There's asbestos in the HVAC system, does not meet ADA requirements, and the exterior stucco is falling off. In addition, the elevator is not functional. In addition, the property has been occupied by pigeons over a period of time in the upper floors, and there's biohazards as a result of that. As part of the 2017 GEO bond program development, city staff did an estimate to determine what would it cost to make the property inhabitable. Staff came up with a number of about $8.9 million. The cost of rehabilitation was submitted for the 2017 GEO bond program consideration. Management considered it and deemed it that other municipal projects had a higher priority. Again, that high number had to do with, again, the ADA compliance. In addition to, our engineers believed that we would have to install an exterior elevator and stairwell in order, again, to make it ADA compliant. So you can see on this slide, the city's gone out on redevelopment proposals on 3 occasions beginning in 2012 and twice in 2017. In each RFP, the requirements included allowance for single or multiple uses, and we also require the developer to ensure significant historical characteristics of the building are maintained. Proposals also required that they had to demonstrate how they support and leverage ongoing development in downtown, and they proposed the project must be financially viable without any city funding. The only viable project proposal that we received was on June 20th, 2017 from Marva Ellard's group. The project had a proposed cost of $5.9 million, which did not include the cost to acquire the property. Ms. Ellard eventually modified her proposal, increased her cost to $6.3 million, and it did not include any cost to acquire the property. Her original plans for the building were a 24-hour restaurant, diner, laundry and dry cleaning, drop-off, pickup, shoe service, a barber shop, a sundry store, a fitness center, a spa, executive and cooperative suites on the 3rd and 4th floors, and secure storage on 5th and 6th floors. After receiving an updated proposal, the City Council designated Ms. Ellard the conditional redeveloper on April 10, 2018, with a June 30, 2018 deadline to have a completed economic development agreement. After the deadline, staff continued to work with the developer in identifying a viable solution. Culminated on August 13th, 2019, when the council considered a resolution to begin the demolition process, which failed. Council members directed staff to continue to find a solution with Ms. Ellard. Over the past 17 months, staff has continued to have dialogue with Ms. Ellard, and she's toured the facility on, I believe, on more than one occasion with prospective tenants. In addition, various entities have made inquiries regarding this facility, but no viable use of the property has been submitted. Under a typical redevelopment scenario, and this is kind of coming from the urban renewal playbook, one would identify a redeveloper and designate them as a conditional redeveloper, which is that's what we did in April of 2018. And then give them a time frame to meet certain benchmarks, such as identifying tenants, investors, and provide financing. As of today, none of that has been submitted. And I want to point out to you all today that the city has identified funds when it comes to the demolition of the abatement that's required and the demolition, and those are from bond funds and also from the Public Safety Sales Tax Fund. But those funds cannot be provided to her to help her fill a financial gap. Those have to be for police purposes. So just wanted to do that. But I believe that without any city financial support, this project is not a viable project. So we're back here today asking for you to consider to begin the process to request approval of the demolition process. If council approves today's resolution, staff will work on getting the request on the DDRC meeting in February. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I've got one question, and I was unclear. Was it the 2017 GO bond that the city staff took a look at this project and tried to see if it was economically viable, that's something that the city could work with and make work through our GO bond system?
We were looking at it for potential city uses, and we identified, we went through and did a full assessment on the building. That's where we came up with the $8.9 million cost to do that. And as y'all will recall, there was a lengthy list there, and then we had to pare that down to meet within the parameters of our program. And when it came down to meeting, from a priority standpoint, it was chosen not to proceed with that project.
But I guess my question is, our own staff, our own engineers determined that at an $8.9 million cost, it was not economically viable to try to do something with this building and put it on the 2017 GO bond process that went to the voters of the city of Oklahoma City.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
All right, well then we have some residents who've signed up to speak. Allison Bailey. Allison, if you wouldn't mind stating your name and address.
This isn't my presentation, by the way. I think that's.
Oh, okay. Is there a?
Allison Bailey, 216 Northwest 20th Street, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, 73103.
Could you pull that mic a little closer, please? Thank you.
Is this a little better? Okay.
Thank you.
Hi again, I'm Allison Bailey. I'm a commercial real estate agent focused on downtown Oklahoma City. You've all driven past, dined in, and hopefully shopped at some of the buildings that I've worked on in downtown. I'm also an arts advocate. I serve on several nonprofit boards, and I'm the incoming chair of the City of Oklahoma City Arts Commission. I want to start by putting my arts advocate hat on first, and I'll speak from that perspective. I approached Marva earlier this fall with an idea that I had read about. The idea is a nonprofit real estate entity created for the sole purpose of owning and leasing space to arts and culture organizations. This space would be leased at affordable rental rates. This nonprofit could own one or several properties. This concept has been successful in many cities, in San Francisco, in Mesa, Arizona, in Loveland, Colorado, Buffalo, Reno. Cities like Austin and Denver that we consider peer cities are in the process of establishing their concepts as well. There are a fair amount of examples to draw from, but we can still be on the forefront of this idea in Oklahoma City. I was aware that Marva was in the process of acquiring this building. I had toured the building previously with her as a colleague. I shared this concept with her this fall when I discovered the idea. We both agreed that this building should be researched as a potential asset for this nonprofit entity. The building is located in the Arts District, and it sits adjacent to the Civic Center. It's also near Bicentennial Park. It's walkable to many of the amenities and donors that arts organizations need to be near. I roll on as chair of the Arts Commission on January 25th of this month. My first act as chair is forming an ad hoc committee of both commissioners and members of the public that are experts in real estate and experts in arts and culture affairs to research this concept for our own community. Their first meeting will be in February. After concluding their research, I know that they will recommend a path forward for the arts community to see a concept like this to fruition. And I want this building to still be standing to be considered as an asset for that entity. This concept would be a constant reinvesting in entities that provide economic impact to our city. I cannot control that this idea bubbled to the surface this fall. That's the thing about ideas, you just have to recognize them when they happen and accept them and take advantage of them. Things are moving forward on this concept, but it will still take time to work details out and research the potential. I believe that this new idea is compelling enough that you should allow more time for good faith negotiations with Marva to see it through. Okay, I'm gonna take my arts advocate hat off, I'm gonna put my real estate agent hat on. If you're my client trying to make a real estate decision, which is what this is, I would encourage you to think about this two different ways. One, would you be willing to purchase this property and then incrementally spend $1,340,000 to end up with a 20 to 30 space parking lot? And the answer is none of you would do that. That doesn't make financial sense. That would be more than almost $45,000 per space. That is well outside of the market for downtown Oklahoma City. I would expect to see something more like $5,000 to $15,000 a space, depending on location and property. You're only considering spending that large amount of money on parking spaces because you already own the building. Loss aversion is the tendency to prefer avoiding losses to acquiring equivalent gains. It's an easy and common trap to fall into. Sometimes I have to help my clients see blind spots like this too. The second point is I would revisit the goal. If the goal is to add parking for municipal buildings on Chartel, I would lay out your options to achieve those parking solutions. What about existing properties that are already designed to meet those needs on the market? An example, you could purchase the property located at 815 Northwest 2nd Street. That's on the same block on Chartel. It's immediately west of the 911 center next to the county jail. It's 0.96 acres, and it's listed for sale right now at $1,495,000, only slightly more than what you're willing to spend to demo, remediate, and pave this space. It's already paved as surface parking. It has 92 parking spaces on it. Quick math says that's $16,250 per parking space. That's significantly less than the $45,000 a space that city staff is proposing spending on parking on this site. And you still get to sell the city jail to a developer, putting it back into use and providing economic development for our city. I have the flyer on the property that's for sale on Chartel if anyone wants a copy of it. You are entrusted with these assets on behalf of the residents of the city of Oklahoma City, and we expect you to be fiscally responsible with them, just like any other property owner would. I think it's important that you think about it like that. I ask you to deny the staff's request for this demo permit or permit proceedings and instead instruct staff to continue good faith negotiations to sell this building. Thank you.
Thank you. Marva Eller. Okay. Kelly?
With your permission, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to go first before Marva makes her comments. I'm here representing her and her entity, Allied Redevelopment, LLC.
Okay, yes, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
Kelly.
you.
Kelly Work.
My name is Kelly Work, and my address is 105 North Hudson, Suite 304. And I am here on behalf of Allied Redevelopment, LLC, which was designated by the City Council as the conditional redeveloper for the police headquarters building at 200 North Chartel back in April of 2018. and has been mentioned. Marva Ellard is the principal of Allied Redevelopment, LLC. She and her entities have a demonstrated track record in Oklahoma City of successful redevelopment of historic buildings. And examples include the Sieber Hotel building, the Villa Teresa complex, which is underway currently, and the former Sunbeam Family Services building located in Mesta Park. In a few moments, I'd like to introduce Catherine Montgomery, who is an historic preservation specialist, and she has some exhibits and some information that she would like to share with you. We are here to request that you deny this requested resolution to authorize the city to make application for demolition of the police headquarters building. The item, as we understand it, that is on the agenda for today is to authorize the city to make application to the Downtown Design Review Committee for demolition of the police headquarters building in order to replace it with a surface parking lot. As you all know, the police headquarters building is one of 4 buildings that were constructed in the latter half of the 1930s as part of the Civic Center plan. Those 4 include the Oklahoma County Courthouse, the municipal building where we are presently, the municipal auditorium, which later became known as the Civic Center, and what was the police headquarters and jail building, which is the subject of this application today. In order to provide the funding for that construction, there was a bond issue that was approved by the voters in 1935, and up until that time, there hadn't been any New Deal money that had come into Oklahoma City or even to the state. As Bob Blackburn has described, the Governor Alfalfa Bill Murray resisted New Deal money from coming into the state, and it was only after Governor E.W. Marland took office in 1935 that the state became receptive to receiving New Deal funds. And it was critical for the success of this project. So together with the bond funds approved by the voters and the New Deal's Federal Public Works Administration, the construction was able to commence on these 4 buildings beginning after 1935. And as Bob Blackburn has described, I mean, at that time, by 1935, it was the depths of the Great Depression, and there was no construction that was underway in Oklahoma City at all. So when these projects were begun, not only did it represent a turning point for Oklahoma City, but it was a significant opportunity for people who were out of work to gain employment and be able to provide for their families. So the buildings, all 4 buildings that comprise the Civic Center plan represent a significant point in the history of Oklahoma City. That plan, of course, was developed by a Kansas City landscape planning and design firm by the name of Hare and Hare, and they included all 4 of these proposed buildings and the plazas that adjoin them. And as Catherine Montgomery will discuss in more detail when she begins to speak, the Police Department headquarters building is eligible for listing on the National Register of Historic Buildings. It's the only one of the 4 Civic Center buildings that has not been listed. The building also has tremendous significance, as Catherine will describe, I believe, in greater detail, in the history of the civil rights movement in Oklahoma City. In terms of the negotiations that have been ongoing since 2018 for the possible redevelopment of the building, We are willing and wanting those negotiations to continue. The city staff's decision to end the discussions was unilateral and was unexplained. There is not a good reason for it in our view. The building can be rehabbed and is viable for reuse. Apart from the loss of the historic building, which would be very unfortunate for the city, as Allison Bailey just described in better detail than I'm sure I'll be able to, the staff's proposal to convert the site to surface parking makes little economic sense. According to the figures provided by the city, the demolition cost alone will be in excess of $500,000, and that is without considering any abatement that will be required to be done in connection with the demolition. So the abatement cost may be another $500,000. So then you're looking at, more than $1 million to essentially acquire this tract that would be large enough to accommodate approximately 30 parking spaces. The certified appraisal that was obtained by the city just last year, it's dated as an effective date of it of April 4, 2020. It was prepared by certified MAI appraiser Matt Kilpatrick. He values the land without the building, he values at $285,000. So what you're proposing, what is being proposed, and if you proceed today, you will be spending upwards of $1 million or more to acquire a tract of land that is valued at $285,000. There are other options that are in the area if there is a need for additional parking and it's unnecessary to spend this money to acquire what would be a very limited number of additional parking spaces. Additionally, the proposal to demolish the building and replace it with a surface parking lot is contrary to the terms of the Downtown Development Framework, which was adopted by the city in 2015 and has been amended as recently as 2020. This area, as has been mentioned, is part of the Civic Arts District of downtown. A key design principle for this area along Colcord and Couch Drives and Chartel Avenue is that there is to be no surface parking facing the street. At page 53 of the framework, it is stated, surface lots are not allowed to abut or face the street and must be placed to the rear. These are the guidelines to be applied for downtown development. A proposal for surface parking at this location fronting on Chartel, fronting on Colcord, fronting on Couch would be contrary to the guidelines under the framework. There, of course, there's tremendous potential for this area in the west part of downtown, as you all are aware. And just in the last several years, there has been an enormous investment in new projects, including the West Village, the Jones Assembly, 21C, all of the new residential development in the Cottages area south of St. Anthony, the Main Street Arcade, the Civic condominiums, the Bauer condominiums, and the new proposed development in the area west of Sycamore Square. So there is a tremendous potential for development and redevelopment in this area, in this part of downtown. Let me at this time introduce Catherine Montgomery, and she would like to give you some further information about the historical significance of this building. Catherine is president and founder of the Preservation and Design Studio, an architecture, interior design, and historic preservation firm. So Catherine, if you will.
I'm just going to stick to my script. That way it'll go fast. I'll say slide. Good morning. I'm Catherine Montgomery, Principal Architect and founder of the Preservation and Design Studio. I have with me this morning Dr. Matthew Pierce. Matt, raise your hand. He's the Principal Historian at our studio. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. The Civic Center District, shown here in this 1930s rendering, was conceived as a suite of buildings, just as the Municipal Auditorium, now known as Civic Center, is widely acknowledged as a space for culture and entertainment, and the Municipal Building, also known as City Hall, is hailed for bringing much of the city under one roof. The historic PWA-era police headquarters is equally significant, as it met the needs for city law enforcement by providing sufficient space for officer administration, legal proceedings, and when necessary, imprisonment as a comprehensive and professional way that had not existed previously. The Civic Center District achieved the vision of city planners Hare and Hare, city manager Orville Mosier, and the PWA by providing a location to incorporate local government and public entertainment in a park-like environment which could instill pride in Oklahoma City's citizens. Slide. There's the subject building. Slide. And there are the four buildings as you look down what I would call a promenade. Slide. The Civic Center suite of buildings, from this less familiar point of view, looking to the east, illustrates that although planned for a park-like setting, the automobile had already moved into everyday life, so much so that even historically, the area on the east side of police headquarters was used for parking. Slide. The PWA-era police headquarters, as part of the Civic Center District development, is part of one of Oklahoma City's most important community development initiatives of the early 20th century. The transformation of 5 city blocks from industrial railroad right-of-way to functional, beautiful, and cherished public space. It is for these reasons that the PWA-era police headquarters building is eligible for the National Register of Historic Places under Criterion A for community planning and development. Slide. Sanborn maps illustrate the extent of the headquarters building, including the mechanical physical plant that served all 4 of the PWA-era buildings. On the left, circa 1949, and on the right, circa 1955, after the courts building was constructed to the northeast. Slide. Included with Allied Development's proposal for redevelopment, this map illustrates property types and uses at the time of the 2017 submittal. Slide. And today there have been several completed city and private sector developments along the Chartel Avenue corridor, making an important connection between Sosa and Midtown to the north and West Main to the southwest. The 1930s police headquarters is one of the few older heritage buildings along that corridor and the only PWA Art Deco styled, historically significant civic building on this corridor. Completed in 1937, the Oklahoma City PWA Police Headquarters provided the setting for departmental reorganization and expansion led by the newly appointed police chief, Frank E. Smith, in 1939. The radio dispatch room was equipped with a dual switchboard so that any emergency could be efficiently handled. Record keeping improved as the department hired stenographers and other staff to receive, type, and process the officers' daily reports. The number of officers manning patrol cars doubled, and each vehicle was equipped with a two-way radio to keep officers in direct touch with headquarters without having to leave their cars. When commenting on this overall strategy, Smith told the newspaper, my major thought and ambition was to build the department into an outstanding, fair, and impartial law enforcement organization in which citizens could place the utmost confidence and be proud of. Slide. A symbol of department efficiency and respectability, the PWA Police Headquarters reflected the professionalization and specialization of city law enforcement by the mid-20th century. In addition to doubling the number of patrol officers in 1940, Chief Smith had the department acquire new Ford sedans from a nearby dealership and promptly staged a photo op in front of the building. Slide. Slide. Conditions in the jail facility on the upper stories of the PWA Police Headquarters were in stark contrast to all previous locations. The interior was painted white and thoroughly disinfected, which, according to the Daily Oklahoman, reflected Chief Smith's efforts to make the jail one of the most sanitary in the nation. It is for these reasons that the Oklahoma City PWA Police Headquarters is eligible for the National Register for Politics and Government. Slide. The building is also eligible for the National Register in the category of social history. Just as the enforcement of anti-saloon laws fostered tensions between the city's elite and working classes, the implementation of segregation and the persistence of racial discrimination reflects Oklahoma City's complex social history. The Oklahoma City sit-in movement, which involves thousands of demonstrators, continued until June 1964, when City Council passed a public accommodations ordinance that forbade operators of public establishments from refusing to serve anyone because of race, religion, or color. Slide. Dozens of demonstrators were arrested on charges of disorderly conduct in the early 1960s, prior to the passage of the Public Accommodations Ordinance. Melvin Porter, president of the Oklahoma City NAACP chapter, criticized police conduct, noting injuries sustained by demonstrators. Clara Luper was arrested on 26 different occasions. Slide. Upon remembering the social turmoil of the civil rights movement, Clara Luper recalled her friendship with Officer I.G. Purser. A young lieutenant at the time of the sit-in movement, he was known among Luper's students as the smiling policeman. During one demonstration, Luper recalled Purser as saying, "There's not going to be any brutality here, not while I'm here." Purser subsequently rose through department ranks, serving as chief of police from 1973 to 1977. When both individuals were interviewed in 1989, 25 years after passage of the Civil Rights Act, Luper attributed their friendship to the power of nonviolence. Daily Oklahoman reporter Carla Hinton admired their ability to cross the bridge of friendship at a difficult time in our nation's history, bypassing all racial and political detours. The PWA Police Headquarters remains as one of the very few known extant resources with direct significance related to the civil rights movement in Oklahoma City. Slide. Also eligible for the National Register for its architectural significance, the PWA-era Art Deco-styled Police Headquarters building is similar to the other historic buildings of the Civic Center District. While each building is a unique representation of the style derived primarily from their specific functions. With modest Art Deco details, such as the dogwood flower motifs and zigzag parapet trim, The overall lack of ornate exterior details and this building's singular narrow main entrance on the west-facing facade reflect the designer's, Allied Architects, acquiescence to the desire among city officials to build a modern and secure law enforcement facility. The smokestack and boiler room, which supplied heat to all of the city buildings and civic center, further conveyed the building's utilitarian character. Slide. I reorganized the sides, but I'll go ahead and talk on this. Using the 1935 drawings for the original construction, Allied Redevelopment has carefully considered the existing floor-to-ceiling heights, which some see as an impediment for the building's adaptive reuse. Slide. This illustration indicates ample clearance by the dimensions given on the right-hand side. Slide. And this drawing as well gives floor-to-ceiling heights for each of the levels. Slide. Using the structural drawings, we understand the floor slabs are between 5.5 and 6 inches thick. Beam depths on the perimeter vary between 18 and 22 inches, 20 inches for the 6th story. Beam depths vary between 22 and 12 inches on the interior, with the majority of beam depths at 16 to 17 inches and the deepest beams embedded in existing concrete block and concrete walls. Slide. Based on past experience with the adaptive reuse of historic buildings, we know that with careful planning and design, electrical and plumbing systems can be successfully installed while preserving adequate clear height in the existing spaces for each story. Mechanical systems, also carefully planned, can avoid duct depths that would normally lower usable ceiling heights. Mini-split systems help to offset the need for ductwork, thereby rendering a more open and unobstructed interior. Finished ceilings, such as suspended drywall and acoustical tile systems, will not be needed or used for the majority of spaces, and the structural system, which remains in satisfactory condition, can remain exposed. This is the challenge framework that we work with every day. It's what we do. Most buildings undergoing an adaptive reuse conversion, historic or not, require new mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems. While proposed uses have varied from Allied Redevelopment's first proposal in 2012 to the last RFP response in 2017, and through meetings and conversations with city officials, in general, we plan to use the ground story for public service uses, including a variety of personal services, such as laundry and dry cleaning, drop-off, a convenience store, food service. Slide. Infilled with offices in the 1950s, our goal is to recover the 2-story former traffic courtroom as a feature space. Slide. Office use on the 2nd story is appropriate. Slide. Office suites and studio space are likely on levels 3 through 5. Slide. 6th story may be best suited for secure climatized storage. Slide. While the area to the east of the PWA era police headquarters building may be used to recover many surface parking spaces, additional spaces may be available as street parallel or angled parking. The physical, heritage, architectural, and educational cost of losing this building is too great. Slide. I close my remarks with this image of the lowering of the flag flying in front of the historic police headquarters building to half-mast upon the assassination of President Kennedy in 1963. Thank you for your attention.
Mr. Mayor, if we could, I'd like to call on Marva Ellard to come forward. I'm so sorry. She
Okay.
has a few comments. Thank you.
Do we still do the address thing?
Sure, please.
Marva Ellard, 1521 North Chartel Avenue. Thank you for listening to our presentation. I'd like to clear up a little bit of information, at least from my viewpoint. The first time I ever saw an appraisal on this property was October 20th of 2020. Normally, I do private transactions, which are completely different than transactions with public bodies. It's not my job to set a sales price. It's not even my ability to set a sales price. And that could only be done by the governmental entity through the process of establishing a fair value for a property. And that's normally done through the appraisal process. October 2020 wasn't that long ago. We were just beginning to talk about a potential price when it seemed like the map changed. As Kelly said, we're still more than willing to engage in continued conversations with the city about this building. It is a challenge. I think we've talked about that in the past when we've been there. But there are funding mechanisms available to help us overcome those challenges. I'm very excited about what Allison was talking to you about earlier. I've said all along through this whole process that I didn't need to own this building in the long run, that I thought it needed to either be a public building or a 501c3 or have some function that helps the city realize certain goals. There are a few things about today that are very bothersome to me, and if you'll indulge me just a little bit, because as you all know, we've been involved in this since 2010. When I read some of the memorandum, and it talks about that it's been abandoned, sat vacant, fallen into further disrepair, home to pigeons and others, it seems impossible for me for a public building to be abandoned. It's the public's building, and it's the city's responsibility to maintain that building. Now, maybe we don't spend a bunch of bond money on it because we need to find the right use for it, but was it right to not keep a proper roof on it? Was it right to not keep windows in it? Was it right to let pigeons take over the building? The first time I was ever in there, the marshals were still there. So you have the marshals on the first floor. The police department still had some storage of crime scene records, I think, down in the basement. So we came in the building and it was not maybe C-class, as we'd call office space. And as we worked our way up, we met all the pigeons and saw what all the pigeons had done over the years. And we saw water coming in the roof, and we saw roof membrane blowing around on top of the building. And to me, that is not how a city maintains its property. It is not just the responsibility of a city to maintain city-owned property. It is the duty of a city to maintain city-owned property to some standard. And that building has not been maintained to any standard. And being a private property owner, being in the development business, that to me is hypocritical. We want our private properties to obey the property maintenance code, but the city itself doesn't obey the property maintenance code on that building. I'm not saying it needs to be a police department again. The police have a lovely new home. But I do think that that building has a reason to be there. And there are ways to accomplish that. I think in many ways, this, what are we calling this? Let me find it. Resolution today is ill-timed for a lot of reasons. And one big reason is the political climate of today and the significance that that building should hold in our city history. Not all history is nice and fun and rosy and flowers. A lot of history is hard and unpleasant, and that building represents some of that history, but we need to remember that history and cherish what hopefully it has gained us. So I would ask that you vote to approve this resolution today and give us another opportunity to find the appropriate use for this building.
I think you meant to deny, right? You wanted us to vote to deny.
I do want you to vote to deny. Thank you, Craig.
Thank you.
That concludes our presentation, Mr. Mayor. We'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. And we would just request that as you all are making this decision, that you give it careful consideration. This is an important decision, we feel, and we know that you will do so. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, we still have a few more speakers who've signed up. Pastor John Reed. Happens, everybody.
All right. I'm John A. Reed, Jr., and I'm pastor of the Fairview Baptist Church in Northeast Oklahoma City, where this month I've had the privilege of serving that church for the past 58 years. And I'm here today to add my name to all of those who are giving support to the preservation of the old city jail. And I'm doing that because of its historical significance, especially during the civil rights movement here in Oklahoma City. The jail was an important factor in the movement because a number of our African American citizens, include myself, were arrested and placed in jail because of our stand for justice and equality here in our community. All of us know the name, heard so much of Clara Luper, and the protest to integrate downtown lunch counters that was led by her over a period of time, and we know that she did it with a group of young children supported by our African American community, the faith community, and all of those who was a part of it. And during that time, she was put in the city jail on a number of occasions because of her commitment. Clara Luper, as you know, is a name here in our community that will never be forgotten. As of now, the Oklahoma City Oklahoma City Educational Building, Administration Building for Oklahoma City School System has been named after Clara. And of course, there's a possibility, we know, that the U.S. Post Office here in Oklahoma City will be named after her. It's already been approved by Congress. And we all understand and know from history that the protest was successful, and that protest was successful here in Oklahoma City and began a movement across our nation. I traveled to Washington, D.C. back in March with a group of our citizens here, including Clara's daughter and others, to suggest that the movement most certainly would be placed in the African American Museum in Washington, D.C. But along with that particular protest, there was the sanitation strike, which some of you may not be familiar with, but I think if you do not have the book, Behold the Walls, that was written by Clara Luper, I think all of you need that book in your personal library. Along with the protest of the public lunch counters, there was a sanitation strike here in our city during the latter part of the year of 1969, a year following the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. In Memphis, Tennessee, who was there in Memphis, as you know, supporting the sanitation workers. The sanitation strike took place here and was led again by Clara Luper and also by Pastor W.K. Jackson and a number of us pastors and other citizens of the community. I was a young pastor there then at the age of 31 years old. And I become a part of that particular movement and that sanitation strike. And I was a part of the group who stood in front of the trucks to keep the trucks from moving. I was there along with a number of pastors who have passed on now, with the exception of myself and Reverend W.B. Parker, a former pastor of the St. James Church, who is just celebrated his 100th birthday. But we stood in front of a sanitation truck and committed really to give our lives that day for the movement. And most certainly I am eternally grateful, I suppose, to our Heavenly Father that the truck did stop. I always, in talking about the occasion, remember it real well, standing in front of that truck that morning, and truck moving towards us. And we had our Bibles and reading scriptures, and Pastor Jackson was reading the scripture in the Bible that says, "Thou shalt not touch my anointed." And the truck was moving towards us, and I whispered to Pastor Jackson, say that a little louder so that driver hear you. But the driver did stop. And the police came in and arrested us and handcuffed us and put us in the Oklahoma City jail. Now, that was some experience for especially me as a young pastor, and never had experience of being in a jail before. And I spent the entire day in jail and all before we was finally bonded out. The city didn't just release us, we were bonded out by our attorneys. And that experience has been there with me all these years. And of course, every time I pass that building, I think about it. And so I'm here today to add my name to those who would love to see it preserved. I think it would be a terrible mistake for us to remove this historical building from our community that was such a memory and so in our lives, something that happened as we were giving ourselves for justice and equality, which we're still giving ourselves for it at this present time. And I would say to the council, along with the two organizations, ministerial organizations that I lead in Northeast Oklahoma City, that if you go along with the plan to demolish this building, to us a sense of history will be lost forever. And so I want to ask you today, if it's possible, that we would make the consideration of preserving that building because of the historical perspective. Thank you so much.
Pastor. Chantry Banks.
Good morning, Chantry Banks, 1524 Northwest 42nd Street, Ward 2. And I'm Executive Director of Preservation Oklahoma at 405 Northwest 15th Street in Heritage Hills at the Henry and Anna Overholser Mansion. Everything I have to say today will just be an echo of what we've heard already. How exciting it is for Oklahoma City to have a complete complex of Art Deco buildings still standing. It's rare in the United States. And as the courthouse and the city jail bookend our incredible Civic Center complex, I'd hate for it to disappear. As mentioned earlier, it is eligible for the National Register of Historic Places. The other three buildings are already listed in the register. It would be wonderful to add that fourth building and keep it with the other buildings. The four buildings united downtown Oklahoma City with the rail yard here first. North downtown, south downtown were completely divided. This great unification project in the depths of the Depression is something our city should be so proud of. And I'll be the first to admit not every old building is deserving of saving. I know that shouldn't say that out loud, but it is true. Our city jail is not one of those buildings. It deserves being saved. Number one, some buildings are important because of what happened inside the building. Number two, some buildings are important because of the architecture or who built it. We're so fortunate that this building checks both of those boxes. So much history has happened inside, as we've just heard. And it is a beautiful representation of Art Deco style in Oklahoma and in limestone. So thank you for your time today. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you. And finally, Michael Washington.
Well, everyone's about to make me cry up here. My goodness. 2900 Northeast 18th Street. Let me tell y'all, admirable. Historic preservations here in the state of Oklahoma. Isn't that lovely? We're talking about a place where racism reigned, where the African American was concerned, where even today we're still considered 3/5 human being in the United States Constitution that this city in itself embraced and still embraces today. Watch out, history. In 1935, a historic building in the Civic Center district, actually Civic Center, was recognized and became resurrected as a Oklahoma City Police Department, where it saw its first black chief of police. I believe his name was M.T. Berry. How nice. It's wonderful, isn't it? Now then, to tear such a historic, significant foundation as we have been so adamantly speaking about today, I'll promise not to hold you long, I believe it would be a total travesty of justice with a T in front of it to demolish such a historical landmark that even I was arrested during my younger years. Not going to the protest, I was too young. I'm not going to lie and say it wasn't. However, the likes of Clara Luper, E. Melvin Porter, Portwood Williams, the Reverend Pastor Reed who just left, this is a significant part of our history that we cannot evaporate and wipe away, because this was a time and important in our life during the civil rights struggle where African Americans were arrested for doing the right thing. Isn't that something? Not for violating the laws, but because you wanted equal protection, equal right in fooding facilities, the right to use restrooms in whites only were preserved. Would you not want to fight the mayor and everybody else up here? Someone wrongfully come and tell you that you don't have a right, but you're not a human being, that you came over here in the Western Hemisphere to be nothing but trash, less than the dumpsters? No. We cannot allow this historical perspective to deny itself and leave. With it, an indelible part of our history would be erased. Boy, I get a little jittery. Now then, in closing, I believe this place should be preserved for the historic preservation. I believe it should be on a national register of historic places as well. I believe that we as others should be able to appreciate. I should be able to take my children downtown and say, hey, y'all, this here may be a nonprofit organization now, but this is where your ancestors were deprived of their life, the liberty in pursuit of happiness. Preservation is one thing, but historic recognition is another. With that, I'm going to sing a song. Oh, no, I'm gone. Thank you very much.
All right, that concludes the citizens who signed up to speak on this item. Questions, comments from council?
Yeah, I'd like to make a few comments and just to sort of, I guess, give a little bit of background on how I've been trying to work towards a solution. I know a lot of our discussion in August of, I was going to say last year, but I guess 2019 was around that maybe that the decision to not prioritize the building for reuse for the 2017 bond was a decision of that council, but knowing that the council had changed and this was something that was fairly new to me at the time, I requested time to keep working with Marva and her group and talking about potential opportunities. And to that end, of course, we all know what happened starting in March 2020 and kind of derailed a lot of the momentum that I had been trying to get. I had actually sort of speaking to, I was kind of inspired by two things. I remember during that discussion, Councilman Greenwell had mentioned, that this wasn't a pleasant place for a lot of people and that, maybe it's not a place that we want to preserve, to remember. And when I was actually standing outside of that building in front of the county jail during a noise celebration in January of 2020 on New Year's Day, it occurred to me, what if one of the potential reuses for the building was something that was restorative? And in that end, I set up a meeting with Sue Ann Arnall and Damon Britton at the Diversion Hub to discuss with them the possibility of, could we explore with them the use of this building for that purpose. And they were very interested. I think that conversation was in February, and then March happened, and that conversation really kind of got delayed until, I would say, probably July, August, when we really got to sit down and discuss that in more detail. At the time, they determined that obviously, we would still have to go through the whole MAPS process and discuss all of the intricacies of that, but they had felt that maybe the square footage wasn't going to be enough for their needs. I'm still interested in potentially pursuing that, but at the same time, I had started to reach out to Allison and a few others to think of other potential partners, because that kind of felt like a bit of a dead end. And in talking with Allison about the potential for arts use, starting in November, had been reaching out to the leadership at the Civic Center. Allison was reaching out to other arts leadership in the city, and I was abruptly informed that this item was going to be back on our agenda in December. While I was not asked about any discussions that I had had or any updates maybe to help maybe those conversations move along. So I'm still of the opinion that I think we can work with Marva, and knowing that there's some other partners that have come to the table as interested. The leadership at the Civic Center, obviously, in a week turnaround conversation, was not able to make any hard and fast commitments, knowing that there's a lot of other, again, moving parts that they have to consider with their board and their leadership and their long-term planning. But there was an expressed desire of, or expressed intent that there are uses in the arts community for this building, including black box theater space, studio space, and some other uses. And so, again, I think what I'm sort of my position in this moment is, again, to ask that we deny this so that we can continue those conversations and potentially, I don't know, maybe have like a real working group of partners with both city staff and some of our community partners and the conditional redeveloper to really tackle this, I think, in a good faith way. I feel like what I've been doing is, and maybe it's a little bit of my, I don't know what, but just sort of my like, okay, I'm going to solve this on my own. But I've been trying to come up with solutions and think creatively about it on my own without always pulling in all of the right people maybe. But it does sort of, I get the sense that, that if we can really get more people on board, that we can explore these potential options and try to have some conversations about, now it sounds like we have an appraisal, actually have real conversations about prices and those sorts of things. Again, knowing that this isn't going to be an overnight process. And I think I'm, I know people probably don't think of me as the person to always put economics over cultural value or social value, but I think we heard some good arguments that the investment of demolishing the building and creating a surface parking lot is really not the best use of public money, and that there are some other uses and other opportunities to supplement that parking that would be more economically feasible while we try to preserve the building and work towards a solution to reuse it. So those are my comments.
I have a couple of comments as we're talking about this. I think it was very poignant for us to understand the historical reference of the civil rights movement in this particular jail. And I want to tie a couple of things to that as we talk about MAPS 4, how we just passed this revolutionary agenda of things to come for our city. One in particular stands out. It is the Freedom Center and the creation of the Clara Luper Civil Rights Center Museum. This jail is the only piece of fabric left of Clara Luper. That's it. That's it. Cat's Drugstore is gone. Brown's gone. Everything we can imagine she stepped foot in besides the Freedom Center, which is thankfully getting renovated now, is gone. We heard Pastor Reed talk about the sanitation worker strike, and I want to reference another thing, especially for those of us who are on the law enforcement task force. We have understood that bargaining with our city took place because of the sanitation worker strike, which references all of the hands that had a part in what took place during this time. And it's very unfortunate that this book, Behold the Walls, is out of print, because everybody needs to read it, because it speaks to, just as we talk about Boomtown now, it speaks of the Black reference of what we went through during that time through the eyes and ears and mouth of Clara Luper. I read a paragraph, and I was talking to, I actually talked to Councilwoman Hammond about that paragraph I read. because I ended up getting a facsimile copy of the book from the History Center, where everything Reverend Reed just said, Reverend Jackson was on his knees in front of these trucks praying to stop them from coming forward because they wanted rights for people that worked for the city. And here we are demolishing a building, or asking to demolish a building. So I think we really need to take some time to think about how we want our city fabric history to continue. And thank God the pigeons actually housed in there, because we weren't good stewards of our own property. And we talk about urban renewal, but what has that done us good for? Especially for the areas of the community I serve that have been taken away, building by building, brick by brick, street by street, and people by people. We cannot afford to lose any more of these historic structures that we can do better by. And I think just the map that has been laid out for us, that we saw that aerial view of 4 buildings, of how they look and how it was represented, and the fact that I want to reference the old Page Woodson Douglas School. It was built in 1934, a few years before this building and all the others were built. A few years ago, they reopened it for housing in Northeast Oklahoma City, 1934. And I tell you what, if you would have passed by that school, you would be disgusted at what you saw. It looked 10 times worse than our jail. And they were still able to rehab it, and now people live there. And there are affordable properties. So depends on how you say affordable, obviously, that people reside in these spaces. So I ask and I plead with our council that we do better. Do better by the residents. Do better by the history. Do better by the historic reference we just heard, because these are pieces of our history we do not talk about. And it's very unfortunate that we don't talk about that. And as we heard some of the conversations, I went to our website for okc.gov just to see, as far as our Oklahoma City Police Department is concerned, like when were some of those years we had our first African-American officers and different things. But if you go to that website and you / or / to the Oklahoma City Police Department, every single picture that you see has that building in the background. So for us to get rid of that building in the background, we have no reference of even our police officers to have that piece of history either. And this is something that we can, even in this building, use it, although it speaks to many things of people probably not having pleasant memories in. We can create that historical reference of the things that took place and commemorate the legacy of pieces of our history dealing with the jail and or the equality that had taken place in our police department, as we talk about women being admitted finally to secretarial roles for our police department after many, many years. We talk about African Americans finally being able to be housed in the jail as far as working, being employed as officers with the Oklahoma City Police Department, and to continue to reference all of those names that were working towards the good. And Councilman Stonecipher advised me of some history I didn't know, as far as that chief that worked well with Miss Clara Looper. He was on our city council. He was on our city council. So who are we to do these things, to say, no, you can't have this building anymore? We have put other buildings on the historic places. We now have the Brockway Center just added to the list. We have the Lions Mansion just added to the list. Why can't we add this building? Why? Why can't we add this building and do what needs to be done in order to save this space, create the spaces that we want for our city, and be innovative. It's not hard. It's not rocket science. And we have all the people in our city that can help us do that work. So I will be supporting the denial for this because I know we can do better by our places of history, especially this one, in the way where it sits, in the reference of even where we're sitting right now. Thank you.
Any other comments? Councilman Cooper?
Thanks. I have a video that I wanted to share first. I think our staff is coming in with that right now. So if you can just give me just a couple moments. Thank you. Okay, so some context. For those of you who this was not your first council meeting and you've been tuning in since I took office in April of 19 with Councilwoman Hammond, you've heard me quote Boomtown. You've heard me describe in explicit detail the history where this urban core found itself abandoned, right? But I'm a film professor, and today I have some visuals for you. I found some YouTube videos from the time of urban renewal when we were promoting the demolition of the, I didn't know Councilwoman Nice was gonna say the things she did, but you could not have given a better transition into this video. The buildings like John A. Brown, Katz Drugstore, but the buildings that used to define our Main Street. The buildings, as you heard earlier, when we as a city said we don't want surface level parking lots abutting a street. Well, that's because we were learning our lesson. Because once upon a time, that's what our Main Street did not have. It had instead department stores with sidewalks, and you walked into the department store, or the grocer, or the pharmacy, or the restaurant, or the bar. And then this video is going to show you what we did to buildings we built, we designed. Just a couple minutes of your time. You might, if there's sound, there is sound.
You take what's happened here. So far, the federal government has invested about $36 million in downtown Oklahoma City. But the investment of that sum has triggered a cash flow from private investors of more than $80 million, with another $50 million that we know of still on the drawing boards. I think what it boils down to is that businessmen won't invest huge sums of money in an area that's decaying. But if they see signs that the decay is going to be rooted out, then they'll come in with their money.
Well, Jim, one of the things that you haven't mentioned that we did talk about on the last trip was the downtown retail court. I believe you called it the shopping galleria. Where does that stand now?
Oh, I thought you'd never ask that question. I've been saving the best to the last. We're going to have the galleria. Now, that's exciting enough in itself, but even more, we regard it as the final link that will assure us that we'll be able to develop the entire downtown pay plan. You see, after more than a year of concentrated effort by community leaders and congressmen and many others, the federal government and the city came up with a financing plan, and it will allow us to buy and clear the site for this 4-block retail shopping core. What's more, we have a developer ready to build a 1 million square foot all-enclosed galleria. It'll contain a huge central courtyard, several major department stores, underground parking for about 3,500 cars, and it will represent about a $100 million investment. With its approval of the galleria, the federal government has committed some $57 million to downtown Oklahoma City. But that seed money is being returned nearly five-fold by bringing about $250 million in new public and private construction. And we feel that's only the beginning. Not only will the Galleria protect the millions of dollars already invested in downtown, but we feel it's certain to spur other major private investments in the immediate area. Congratulations.
I remember knocking Chantry's door, and I'm really glad to see them here today, especially because, you know, a comment that they made, not every building, but this building, both its interiority and its exterior. I am glad we have named buildings after Clara Luper. I am beyond proud of the moment I got to sit in this seat and see Marilyn Luper sit in the pews and to hear them advocate for the Freedom Center. Because as the first biracial or black council person elected outside, of Ward 7, I never, ever imagined I would be listening to a hero from the civil rights movement speak a vision and that I would get to help them fulfill it with this council. It is a surreal experience. While I'm glad that Freedom Center is coming, while I'm glad we have named a couple buildings after Clara, do not be mistaken, my fellow residents. Each semester I have taught Boomtown to college students. They have never heard her name until they've read that book. They do not know about the Tulsa Race Massacre until they read that book. A handful out of maybe 20 students. This is at private universities, this is at public universities. I can't make it up. That's why I showed this video too. I know sometimes when we speak about history, it can kind of go in one ear and out the other, but I wanted visual representation of what we did as a city government with the help of the federal and state government. Our democracy is young. It is not until the 1950s that a really middle class begins to thrive in this country. And make no mistake, those people who literally, as you heard the good pastor describe earlier, and really think about this. When he put his body on the line in front of that sanitation truck, he was fighting alongside others in this city for the inclusion in that middle class, for good wages that come with that middle class. Because in the 1950s, as history now teaches us, whether it was home loans from the federal government to those who had served in World War II, whether it was home loans that were given to GIs because of their service in World War II, but denied to those who were black and brown. So they do not get to partake in the creation of a middle class in the 50s and 60s. They do not. They do not. And that pastor put his body on the line so that today someone like me could sit on this council and be part of a middle class. And trust me, barely I am. Because as I saw on the news yesterday, 52% of my generation is living at home right now because of this pandemic. 52%. 52%. So when I listen to people talk about homelessness right now, there but for the grace of God go I. Serious, council. We cannot keep destroying our history. We must stare it in the past, no matter how uncomfortable it makes us, because only then will we understand the present and how it took shape and why it is that I am the first biracial or black person to serve on this council outside of Ward 7. Why we segregated. When we demolished this urban core, when we demolished its buildings, its residents fled, housing went out, and the federal government subsidized the ability to live in suburbs. And guess who was excluded from that too? This is true. And that is the battle today. We are in the sequel to the civil rights movement. If you didn't know it, now you know. And that's what has made the last 6 to 7 months of my life, and so many others who understand we are in that sequel, some of the hardest we have ever experienced. Because unfortunately, a lot of those leaders in the civil rights movement are dead and died at ages that I'm about to be 39 years old. When I watched Regina King's new movie, One Night in Miami, and it's Sam Cooke with Malcolm and with Cassius Clay Muhammad, and to know that they die around the age that I am right now, this is a terrifying moment to be advocating for the true fulfillment of this country's promise. This is not rhetoric to me. This is truly about how do we help people become part of the middle class. The right to liberty, pursuit of happiness. We haven't finished that work, and so many people don't seem to understand that. And yes, bad things happened in this building, but so too did people fight to make sure that a middle class could exist for black folk and brown folk. And they put their lives on the line and they ended up in that jail. And we have an opportunity to actually make that jail part of a restorative history, a restorative future, a restorative present. If we knock this down, Councilwoman Nice is exactly right. It's the last piece of architecture we know that Clara Luper sat in, prayed in, meditated. We cannot do this, Council. We truly cannot. We are in a moment right now. History's eyes are on us, not just with this jail, but with our budget this summer, with the resolution this summer, with the Human Rights Commission this summer, with the Law Enforcement Task Force this summer. There will be a Boomtown sequel. Who knows who will write it? Could be anyone sitting here today. There will be a Behold the Wall sequel. Who knows who's going to write that? But we can write this moment differently than that video I shared with you. We must write this moment differently than that video I shared with you. We must start thinking about all the options that Councilwoman Hammond has put on the table. We must also start thinking about the 2027 general obligation bond if everything else should fall apart. But we need to think long term. We need to think long term. What do murals in that building look like of those kids marching with their high school history teacher on the interior and the exterior? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from council? What does council wish to do with the resolution?
I'd like to make a motion to deny the resolution.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to deny the resolution. We could do that, right, Francis? That's a proper motion? Yes, okay. So in this case, a yes vote would be to deny the resolution, to reject the resolution, and a no vote would do the opposite. It would be to keep the idea alive, I guess. So with that, is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, we'll...
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yeah.
Just real quickly, I really, really struggle with this decision. And I'm feeling like it's deja vu because we had these same conversations in 2017 when I first got on the council. And, you know, I look at that building, I hear the stories, and it's like, man, I certainly don't want to see us demolish that building, just based on its historical importance, the beauty, the architecture of the building. At the same time, and I appreciate Councilman Cooper talking about long-term planning, there is no plan here. I mean, we're deciding today, hey, let's tear it down, or wait, we're going to wait 50 years until it just implodes upon itself? I mean, that makes no sense either. So
I would submit that there have been multiple people that have come forward with potential plans that they would like to explore, but they're not going to happen today. They're not going to happen next week. They need to take time to actually have those explorations of feasibility and I think good faith negotiations with the city. And I think a intention and desire from city staff to really work with those partners. And if it's not this idea, explore a few ideas at the same time. But again, I've been trying to do that sort of from where I sit in the middle of a pandemic. And also, I don't have to remind all of us this is a part-time job. So it's not like I'm able to commit 40 hours a week or even 10 hours a week to this project. But there are people that have come up and said that they are willing to do that. So I would submit that it's not just, we're just going to wait. Those conversations have been happening. And we're just asking to let them continue happening. So,
Todd, I think what I would say to your comment is, and why I'm voting for this motion, is there's no real urgency here. I mean, you said, like, what are we going to wait a few more years? Well, we've waited quite a few already. We're not spending any, great expense. And unlike every other demolition I've seen in downtown in recent years, there's no plan for this property. I mean, there was an argument to be made that the Sandridge complex or the convention center or the proposed OG&E headquarters were all superior uses, and there were reasonable people on both sides of that, but there was at least a proposal. In this case, we want a surface parking lot, which we got a lot of those, and we'll have some other surface parking spots around this property. So for me, I'm voting for this motion because I feel like there's no real downside to waiting till, a few more months, maybe even a few more years, and see if something develops. I think there should be a sense of urgency behind those efforts. I don't think if this motion passes that everybody should walk away and forget about it. I mean, they ought to keep working towards that day, but that's why I'm voting for the motion, because I see the current building as a superior use today, even boarded up to a surface parking lot.
Let me jump in, and I kind of want to echo Todd's comments. In 2012, we did our first RFP. In 2017, we did our second RFP. In November 7th, 17, Oklahoma City rejected a proposal from Gator Industrial. On April 10th, 2018, we entered into a resolution to have negotiations to come up with something. And on that day, when we did that, I asked, and I'm not pointing fingers, and I'm a big fan of Marvis, do you have a lender? Do you have a potential lender? Do you have a pro forma? Do you have a commitment letter? Do you have commitment terms? Do you have a loan application? And nothing has happened since April of 2018. What I suggested was we save the face of that building and make a parking garage out of it, because our witnesses, our victims, our people who are using the court proceedings, our jury members need that space. And so there should be some compromise. There should be something where something can get done or it doesn't get done. And I think I'm gonna vote against the motion. And the reason I'm gonna vote against the motion is because I still think there's time if the Downtown Review Committee okays this. This can always come back in front of the city council, but I want to put some heat on these people to get something done. And so if they come up with a plan between now and the time it comes back to us, I'll entertain it. I'll move forward with it. I'll do everything I can to help. And I will even work on trying to come up with a false face like they did in Louisville, where they saved all those old buildings. I don't want to just destroy history. But I also don't want to just, we don't do anything, and 2 years later we come back and we're still sitting here. And the one thing in the back of my mind that I keep thinking about is staff tells me we should do this. Staff tells me it's $8.9 million to try to fix this building, and it won't cash flow for any purpose. And so if we, as a city, can come up with a plan between now and the time that comes back from the Design Review Committee, I'll look at it. I'll entertain it. I'll help work for it. But right now, I'm gonna vote no, just because I want them to start doing something.
Mark, I just want to clarify something. This does not come back to the council. the design review committee is the final word on the demolition permit. Now, what does come back to the council would be, we would have the opportunity to consider a contract for demolition.
What we can do is
we can pass another resolution.
We can pass another resolution and reconsider it.
Yeah, but it would not automatically come back here. Yes.
I'm comfortable with that.
I'll say, for your nay vote, you are approving the demolition of this building because, again, who's to say that even with the downtown review, what their thoughts are pertaining to the structure, the historical reference, and the ideas that they probably haven't heard that we have already pertaining to what could be done with this property and this building. And again, as we continue to look at how our city has increased in ideas and thoughts and diversity of those thoughts and careers and workforce, all of those things are starting to come to our city in different ways. So it would be very crucial for us to consider those things in this. Not to say, again, it's going to happen tomorrow. We know that, but we know there are ideas happening. And if we all here used our hats and our resources and the people we know, even if we had to use outside resources, because we all have been to different conferences related to something pertaining to our city or our ward in general of the things that we would like to see, this would help us to move that needle in the place it needs to go. We had Hamilton come here in 2019. That's a Broadway show. So just imagine if they would have had able use of this building in that theater for even young people who probably couldn't afford to go see this show. You know, I couldn't afford to see it. Thank God we had a ticket sitting on the council. But for little kids, being able to experience something that we have the opportunity to give them. That's you. You have that opportunity to give them that. I have that opportunity. Everyone on here has the opportunity to give that to our future residents and our future generations that are going to be a part of the fabric that we are helping to continue in our city. We're continuing the fabric. So for us to demolish pieces of that fabric, to me, it's just like, what are we doing to demolish pieces of the fabric that we're trying to create? We can't continue to do that.
And I agree with what you're saying. I just want to see something done. This building has sat idle since 1997. We've done several RFPs and nothing has happened. And so they have the opportunity to go out and do something now.
I would also like to add, and this is to Todd's question, Councilman Stone's question, excuse me. And hearing the number of years that Councilman Stone Sliper has just noted that this building has sat the way that it has, you know, just because we don't have a working group and a plan going into today's meeting doesn't mean we can't right now commit to one. Like literally right now on this council, like we're the ones we've been waiting for. Like that's how I see it. His mask, you get in your ear, it's the whole thing. But no, I mean, we could right now commit to say we want to see this building become something that recognizes and honors the past and specifically the history as it relates to the 4 buildings we saw during the presentation. But we could commit to that, see what the private sector can do as they work with their public representative, Councilwoman Hammond, but then even moreover, keeping an eye on the fact that in 2027 is the next bond, right? And the life of MAPS 4, coincidentally, is an 8-year life cycle. You're talking about, so this is 2021, you're probably talking about 29, 30 before you start seeing those projects come to fruition, right? So why not give us as a city that same period of time as the Clara Looper Freedom Center is coming into existence to be really thinking through what this other building needs to be to complement the history that we are trying to honor with that particular MAPS 4 project. Like, that should be our timeline, is committing in that sort of way. We know that the Freedom Center is something we are that voters approved, this council supported. We know it's important. We know Mr. Washington's a big fan, and we know, and I appreciate all of his work. I appreciate all of your work, and you're welcome. And I would also just say this is an all hands on deck moment for this particular building, that as the Freedom Center is coming online, to Mayor Holt's earlier comment, there is no urgency to putting in a surface level parking lot, but there is an urgency in this particular social, political, cultural climate to make sure that we as a city are rowing together as one OKC. So why can't we just make that our commitment, that we will exhaust every effort between now and the next bond to try and do some sort of private sector free market magic? And if that doesn't work, then we need to turn our eye to the bond, and specifically during that period of time, we need to be thinking of words like Councilwoman Hammond used, like restorative, museum. Like there are things that this council in this particular shape, the people who are on here right now, we are thinking differently than the council that made possible that urban renewal video that I showed. We are a different people. Our ideas are different. Our perspectives are different, and they're more open. And so I just think that today we could commit to saying, we have the next, we have, not wait till the end of the decade, but we have over the life of the next decade to make good on the promise of 1930s.
Then I have a question. I know we have a motion on the floor.
Yeah.
If we could possibly consider deferring, at least for us to get that type of committee or thought process together as far as our council, to get all of our heads together to think of the possibilities instead of us just saying no and working to say, yeah, make it a surface parking lot. I think there are ways for us, the folks that want to be engaged in that process, and Councilman Stonecipher, since he wants to be engagedly involved, we can have him be the chair of that. And we can have a co-chair of whoever wants to be in order for us to be able to have this conversation. But I think it's going to take all of our ideas, instead of us having these separate conversations of the possibilities of what could take place for this building. So I'm saying, if we are unable to deny it, let's defer it and consider the thought process of it at least through the end of the year, because we are still at the forefront of working through this pandemic. So this is not on the forefront of any of our thoughts of the things that we can personally do right now, but there's no reason for us to just demolish it just because and allow it to go to the downtown review committee to say what they say and no more discussion afterwards. So I think if we are unable to deny, is there a way for us to just defer it to the end of the month?
You can always make that motion. You could also make that motion now, actually. It takes precedence over any other motion.
Okay, well, I would like to make a motion to defer. Are you okay with that? I would like to make a motion to defer this to the end of the year, and for us to establish a committee for us to have those who really have concerns or want to be engaged in the process. Plus, we're about to get possible new council members here. Let's get those ideas to the table to think about those things that we can do with this particular structure. And now that we have resources again from across the country that we can rely on, maybe we can tap into those as we're all getting back into the groove of what it looks like of being able to serve each other and help each other in these processes, and rely on our state electeds and our Congress to help us in the thoughts of the things that can take place, of how to, one, preserve it, and two, making sure it's on that list to be preserved, and three, again, creating a conversation of what those ideas could be. So, again, I ask the motion to defer.
So this is a motion to defer. You mentioned the end of the year. The last council meeting of 2021 is December 21st.
December 21st, I am okay with that. Are you okay with that?
I'm not supporting deferral.
Hey, Craig.
All right, so we have a motion and a second for deferral to December 21st. Councilman Cooper?
in the spirit of Todd's question about, having a plan in passing in voting for a deferral, would that also go ahead and trigger some sort of like the conversations within the planning department to go ahead and start? I don't know. I would like to have some sort of conversation plan.
If this got deferred, we could continue our conversations with Marva for that purpose.
Okay.
Looking at other purposes, we could look internally as staff, and we have looked at it in the past and looked at options and didn't find options from a city perspective of the needs that we had at the time. But certainly we can continue those conversations, and there's no reason not to if it were deferred.
Okay.
And to my point of deferred, let's give an opportunity for those new council members to have a say in this. We're voting next month for new council members. Let's give them an opportunity to say something. I think that's what we're tasked to do. That's what we were elected to do, to make sure all minds get to the conversation, and not to say you all, the ones that will be leaving us, that you haven't done great service, but I think it would be good for us to have fresh ideas and fresh thoughts pertaining to this structure.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion to defer to December 21st? Hearing none, cast your votes as soon as you're given that chance. Motion passes 5-4. The item is deferred. All right. Thank you all. Moving on to item 9G. This is the resolution approving the adoption of Personnel Policy 721 regarding pandemic leave. Mr. City Manager?
Yes, sir. Amy Madera, our Chief Human Resources Officer, will come and present this item. This is addressing an issue that the federal government had addressed with the EPSLA, the Emergency Paid Leave Act that was provided in relation to the COVID pandemic. That expired on the 31st of December, and so we're looking at what we can do to address this issue, and I'll let Amy walk us through what our proposal is in dealing with this with our staff going forward.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Amy Madera, Chief HR Officer for the City of Oklahoma City. As a City Manager mentioned, on March 18th, 2020, Congress passed the Emergency Paid Sick Leave Act, otherwise known as EPSLA, which became effective April 1st, 2020. The intent was to ease the strain on full-time and part-time employees required to miss work due to COVID-19 related reasons, i.e. quarantine, isolation. Recently, Congress did not mandate the extension of EPSLA beyond the 12/31/2020 expiration date. We anticipate the impact of COVID-19 to continue well into 2020. With that, we are recommending a city policy based off the EPSLA with similar benefits for our employees. We are introducing Section 721 pandemic leave to include the City of Oklahoma City personnel policies, which would then authorize or allow our full-time employees eligible for up to 80 hours, and then our part-time employee eligible up to their average hours work on over a 2-week period. Any leave previously used in EPSLA with 2020 would count against the leave under the pandemic leave policy. And then obviously we would, if they use for example, if they use 40 hours in 2020, they would have another 40 hours available to them. Again, to a total of 80 hours for full-time and then part-time equivalency. It does not refresh, so again, it'd be per pandemic event. Within Section 721, pandemic leave can be activated and deactivated by the declaration of the city manager with the reliance of with the guidance from the CDC. I appreciate your consideration of the policy.
I just have a couple questions pertaining to this, and pretty simple. Have we lost anyone thus far as our city employees because of previous actions due to this?
Have lost anyone from an employment perspective?
Yes, ma'am.
No, the city's done a really great job at being able to work with our employees, whether it be telework. We authorized an alternate schedule for those that have school-age children that are under their ward. But the city's done a really great job at being able to provide some extension and working with our employees as we go through the pandemic.
Wonderful. And as I heard you say full-time, so doing any accommodations for part-time?
We are, we're going to continue with the same guidance that we use under EPSLA, which would do their 2-week average hours work. So if an employee averaged 34 or 32 hours, then they would be up to the 32 hours of their average hour work.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay, we have citizens who signed up to speak on this item. Christopher Johnston.
Hello, everybody. Move this up a little bit. I'm sorry. I do, dealing with the pandemic, I want to just show that at our current rate of inoculation, it's going to take up to 10 years. Now, I know for everyone to be inoculated. That is the current numbers. And that even with our current administration, or our soon-to-be administration coming into the White House, it'll be some years. We're going to be dealing with this pandemic much like we dealt with the Spanish flu for years. And then the fallout of that, the health implications, the stuff that comes afterwards. We have no data yet, and we will come up with that, what will happen. I again want to beat the drum of continuing to strengthen our masking policies. They're insufficient. Enforcement of those masking policies, because again, they're insufficient. It should not matter if you're in a government facility. The virus doesn't care. There's not an invisible force field. It will kill you. So I want us to take a look at that when we're talking about budgets and we're talking about leave and everything like that, really examining how we can help the common folk that are not going to see any of this money, any of this leave, that are unemployed, hungry, and we have a job to strengthen something that's good. You all did a really good job with the mask mandate, but it does not go far. Sometimes we have to make people uncomfortable. We've lost over, 300,000 people because of this virus. That's really all I have to say. And in reference to the last thing, we can take this building and build a museum out of it. In fact, one of the main tourist attractions in Montgomery, Alabama, is a museum that was an enslaved people's warehouse. Montgomery, Alabama was the second largest city that housed people like lumber. And they, Equal Justice Initiative turned that into a museum. And it is one of the largest tourist attractions in that state, a state steeped in civil rights, much like our state, much as we don't like to admit it. A lot of the things that we hear in history books started right here in this city. So I want to remember, and people like Bernie Sanders, Obama's, Stevie Wonder have all been paid to see this place. And I also recommend maybe an outside mural for the folks who can't afford a $5 ticket or something, much like it is in Montgomery, Alabama. It's $5 to enter all day. It is the most powerful building I've ever stepped foot in. And I have a picture of my beautiful black wife touching the door that used to hold people back. And I think that we have an obligation to keep our history, because we would not be knocking down Murrah building stuff. We would not be knocking down where white folks were affected. Let's not knock this down. Let's make this a center of enlightenment and preserving our history. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. What does the council wish to do with the resolution found at item 9G regarding personnel policy?
Move the item.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes when you get a chance. Passes unanimously. All right, item 9H is a resolution approving a request by the Greater Oklahoma City Parks and Trails Foundation to name the pavilion in Manuel Perez Park the Mary Teresa Sosa Pavilion in honor of the late Mary Sosa, former Oklahoma City Parks and Recreation Department employee and community volunteer. I believe we have a presentation.
Yes, Doug Cupper, our Parks and Recreation Director, will just give us some background on this request.
Good afternoon. Mary Sosa, as it's stated in your documents, was a longtime veteran of the Parks Department in the city of Oklahoma City. But beyond that, after she retired, she was very vocal and very instrumental in resurrecting Capitol Hill and the environs thereof. So she was an advocate for the community between the river and I-240. She was instrumental in organizing the Friends of Manuel Perez Park that helped us design the improvements that were dedicated a few months ago during Veterans Day. We think this is a great opportunity. The Board of Park Commissioners approved it unanimously. We do have a representative from the Parks and Trails Foundation that brought it first forward to us in the audience. If you would have any questions for them or for me, I'd be happy to answer.
I don't necessarily have questions, but I do want to say that it is with gratitude that we are able to do this in the honor of Ms. Sosa, who lost her battle to cancer in September, but always put community first, always put her community first. And also, I was reading her obituary and understood that in lieu of flowers, they asked that people donate to the Manuel Perez, because obviously she wouldn't be able to see it in its glory. So this is by far one of the best things I think we could dedicate in this area of Manuel Perez Park, a woman of great stature that put others before herself and was the first Latina to run for office in Oklahoma City for District 89. And I wanted to quote one of the things that she said: "We didn't win, but the door is open." And that was in 2014. So now we can say the door is open for this pavilion in honor of Miss Mary Sosa. So with that, I hope that we will continue to spread the word that there is an opportunity for all of us to continue to play a part in donating to the foundation in her honor, by her name, for us to see more of the great things that can be added to the Manuel Perez Park, especially the murals that are coming. And hopefully even those murals will depict her legacy, besides those that we honor when it comes to our veterans and those names that are etched in the glass that we were able to resonate and say their names in November. And I know Councilman Stone was there as well. And I can't say enough, it was breathtaking to see that place. So if you have not seen Manuel Perez Park and or this pavilion, oh my goodness, you don't feel like you are in Oklahoma City. And I hate to say it like that, because you are, obviously. But these are pieces of our community that haven't been revitalized in the beautiful ways that we know they can be. And because of her vision, it came into fruition. So we'll forever now speak her name because of that. Thank you so much.
Just to add real quickly to that, Mayor, I was involved in some of the meetings when we first started talking about the design of this project and what it would look like. And Mary was just instrumental in making sure that there was just total community involvement in that. Other events I'd run into her, she's running surveys up and down the street trying to get people to buy in, and so that we could all better understand what they wanted that to look like. So I'm extremely appreciative that we're able to extend this honor to Mary Sosa. Second.
Got a motion and a second. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold that. We did have a citizen who signed up to speak, Christopher Johnston.
Just to harken back what I said, this is beautiful. I think that when we really illuminate those who have been the voiceless, those who have been overlooked, we start the re-education process. We start the cognitive retraining of destroying colonization. So I think this is a beautiful idea, because it really, in welcoming and Yeah, it adds to the culture that is part of Oklahoma City. It's not just one culture. It's a blend of many cultures. You know, that's the one thing that makes the United States exceptional. Different from any other nation is that we are the most ethnically and racially diverse nation that this world has ever seen. We didn't create democracy. We didn't create the way things, and all of that had been done before. We just adopted it. But it's the one thing that we've got, and illuminating all of what Oklahoma is absolutely beautiful. And we should look into our history books. We should look into every single nook and cranny of trying to revitalize and restore things that historically happened. I think this is beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we got a motion and a second. Cast your votes as soon as you have that opportunity. Passes unanimously. All right, Chair, I'm turning the chair over to Councilman Greenwell, Vice Mayor Greenwell.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item is item I, receiving the 2020 update for the Oklahoma City Parks Master Plan. Craig, is there a presentation?
Yes, sir. Doug Cupper, our Parks and Recreation Director, will give us the presentation on the update of the master plan.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and Council Doug Cupper, for the record. Back in 2014, the seated City Council at that time accepted the new Oklahoma City Parks Master Plan. It was a joint venture between the Oklahoma City Community Foundation and the City of Oklahoma City. A master plan of this nature had not been done for quite a while prior to the acceptance by the City Council in April of 2014. As all plans are, especially master plans that cities produce, they are a living document. You have to refer to them as you go forward. You want to make sure that you are following some of the outlines that were put in place during that master plan process. But you also want to be ready for updating it and evaluating what you have accomplished and what needs to be changed. And that's what we have done. It's been, when we started this project, it had been 5 years since you all had accepted it. Go to the slide. Again, you can see it depicted here in the timeline. 2012 was the start of the study, and 2014 was when it was accepted. In the meantime, while we were finishing up the Oklahoma City Master Plan, the City of Oklahoma City Planning Department started on its odyssey to update the city's plan as well. And as the two came together, we decided during our evaluation that we have some points within the park plan that didn't mirror up with the OKC plan. And that was one of our first things that we wanted to do, is make sure that the Oklahoma City Parks Master Plan is in sync with OKC, Plan OKC. Go ahead. So you have 5 years to update it, the Plan OKC, the level of service standards and things along those lines. We wanted to look at how the city was being identified for development and where we fit into that plan. We also had the 10-year bike master plan come into fruition. All of the major trails that were identified in the Park Trails Plan that was 10 years old at the time are now either have been designed, have been constructed, or getting ready to be constructed. And the last of those are the Deep Fork Trail and the Greenway Trail that connects the River Trail to the Tinker Trail. Again, our partners were the Oklahoma City Community Foundation. They helped fund the outside consultants that did work on this document. Obviously, the planning department was a big partner in the work on it, and then the outside consultants were the same consultants that worked on the master plan that was approved or accepted by the City Council in 2014, which is Wallace, Roberts, and Todd. Some of the, obviously the things that we wanted to look at is the how the the community feels about us, what we're lacking in our park elements, some of the things that we all recognize on a daily basis, but may or may not have been recognized in the park master plan. Some of the things that have changed during this period of time is the advent of the 1% for art. Obviously, that was put in place in 2009, but it wasn't really meshed into the park master plan, so we wanted to make sure we took that into consideration, since most of the public art that is being created in park spaces, and that therefore makes us the curators or the caretakers of those pieces of art. So we wanted to make sure we have looked at that as far as the park master plan. We did an OKC Parks tree inventory in 2016, funded again by the Community Foundation, but it was an intricate part of the 2014 master plan, is what is our urban forest and how are we maintaining our urban forest. One of the other things was funding, how to perpetuate the parks, how to grow the park system, how to modernize the park system, and through that intervening time, we worked with the developers to create the park impact fees, and now we are working towards using those fees in a positive way according to the park master plan. Also, as part of the master planning and the use of these parks for specific purposes, we felt it necessary to do an athletic field master plan to see where we're at this point in time and where we should be at in the future as it relates providing sporting activities to our community. So again, that master plan had been done in 2019. We wanted to make sure we folded it back into the new. And then again, how we are matching up to the metropolitan tree canopy inventory that was done by others, how we fit into that going forward. Again, some of the new citywide policies and plans, Plan OKC and the new Bike Walk OKC, which replaced the original Trails Master Plan, has been identified and put into this. And we think because we have some really, really old park facilities, we do have some dynamic WPA facilities like at Will Rogers Park. We have a picnic shelter, a Redstone picnic shelter that is on the historic preservation roster. We have a big piece of that. We want to make sure we are in sync with that as well. And of course, when you do master planning, you want to benchmark yourself against some of the peer cities. I obviously don't want to go through this chart. You have it in front of you. But you can see that we do lead the pack in some of the activities that we have compared with our peer cities. We do have some areas that we need to improve. And again, the master plan helps us focus on those items and create an avenue to do that. And we took these scores, these benchmarks, when we started on our portion of the 2017 GO bond in 2015. We talked to the community. We did a dozen community engagements on what the parks portion of the 2017 GO bond should look like. So we used these, we shared these with the neighborhoods that we met with to get their ideas about their specific parks and what they envision should be in those parks, also in relation to benchmarking with other cities. And again, one of the things that master plans look at is funding and how we're doing. The original master plan identified a need for an increase of the Parks Department's budget of 5% annually to be able to keep up with improvements and march towards the completion of that master plan. And unfortunately, we have not been able to accomplish that. We all know the economics, we all know the circumstances, but we've actually had a 15% reduction in our operating budget. But I think as the citizen survey shows, even though we had more people using our parks than ever because of the pandemic, we still had a high score in the quality of the maintenance of those parks, even with this reduction. I'm not saying we had a lot of fat. I don't want anybody to think that, but we have maximized our staff and our partners to accomplish the goals that we have set out for us. And again, some of these strategic decisions to, we've accomplished some of them. We've done the GIS. Others are coming to fruition, and we've got some that we haven't started yet. But again, a master plan is a dynamic piece. You got to bite off the pieces that you can do, but you also have to make sure you continually update it. Part of what we do is mapping out the city, and again, going back to Plan OKC and the areas, the levels of service that is laid out in Plan OKC. We mirror that now in our master plan. We understand, what it means to have a rural medium density and what that might mean to the park system compared with an urban reserve, which is an area where we try not to get too far out in creating of masses of humanity. But this is, again, this helps us look at what the city's plans are. So again, we can either get out in front of developers and acquire vacant real estate so we can be ready for that next move of the community in an outward version. It helps us plan for those events and also helps us plan for improvements of parks that may have minor improvements now but need more improvements in 5 years and even more improvements in 10 or 15 years. And again, we constantly update the maps. This is hard to read, but for the first time in the history of this Parks Department, we are also recognizing the efforts that private developers are doing. Yes, we know that they are doing these because of impact fees, but some developers were already making parks within their developments a long time before we implemented the impact fees. So we're identifying those because that reduces the need for the city to provide those neighborhood parks for those residents. Otherwise, we would have to be trying to figure out how to buy a lot here or buy a lot here to be able to provide outdoor resources into those neighborhoods. So we've identified those. It shows where we have areas that are in desperate need of park elements. And again, the master plan is what we use that for to do it. I just put a snippet in of one of the master plans we've done, and that's the athletic field master plan. It shows you, again, based on demographics and population and expected growths, what our needs are from a sports facility perspective. I won't bore you with that $174 million number. With that, be happy to answer any questions. Again, we didn't look at every single page. We looked at those pages that needed to be updated according to Plan OKC and some of the consultants' reports that we have received. We will continue to work with this document. It is our guide. It was our guide for helping the mayor and the city manager create maps 4. It'll continue to be our guide into the future. Again, be happy to answer any questions.
A couple of questions. As far as athletic fields are concerned with this master plan, how has Field and Futures and Tim McLaughlin's efforts helped the plans that are set forth in this new master plan?
That's a two-edged sword. The primary work that Fields and Futures has done has only been done on school properties. And as such, we do have a mutual agreement between the school district and the city of Oklahoma City that we can use their assets, they can use our assets for free. So we have not had the opportunity to use any of the improved fields that they have because the seasons that they're using those fields are same seasons we're trying to create programs. But conversely, what Mr. McLaughlin has learned through Fields and Futures efforts, he has translated in his own family foundations, and we have benefited from what they have experienced in successes through Fields and Futures. They have helped us improve some of our resources, like Lightning Creek, that is a soccer complex between the river and 240. They funded $300,000 worth of improvement for 6 fields there. They have helped us create new futsal courts throughout the city. They've helped us create new basketball courts or renovate old basketball courts into fresh new courts. And one of the things we'll be dedicating this spring Ms. Nice benefited Emmanuel Perez on one half of the park. Mr. Stone will benefit on the other half of the park because they helped us create futsal courts and basketball courts at Emmanuel Perez Park. And that's a big element on the active side of that park. So we have had benefit from what Fields and Futures has produced for the school district, but Fields and Futures has not invested technically on park property.
Every chance I get, I want to thank Tim for all he does for the city, and he's an important part of our city. Second question, you talk about acquisition of land. Can you kind of explain to me the need for the acquisition of land? I know when we went forward with Lone Oak Park, one of the biggest things that we worked on was getting people to donate land. And I think that people on the Horseshoe needs to remember that we can reach out to landowners and encourage them to donate lands for our parks. And I think that saves the city a lot of money.
Again, reverting back to the citizen survey, let alone our own LFRs that we produce on your behalf annually, one of those is every citizen living within a half mile of a park. And we're not at 100% on that yet. And that's what that part of that guiding principle that is identified in this master plan is finding those areas of zero population being within a half mile and acquiring the park land. Lone Oak was one of those. The closest was Bluff Creek Park. So we identified that. We went after that property. The landowner helped participate that by donating as well. We've just acquired some property, again, based on the master plan and that zero population being within a half mile in Mr. McAtee's ward that you all accepted the sale of that property a few months ago. We will be creating a new 100-acre park, again, based on the master plan and Plan OKC, seeing where those holes are and filling those holes through those efforts.
I want to thank you for the presentation. I look forward to this updated since it's been 6 years since we updated it. I will enjoy reading it. My last question to you is, should I bet on Ohio State?
Well, you got to. You got an OU player leading the pack, so what can I say? So any other questions, be happy to answer.
Doug, thank you very much. Very nice presentation.
Thank you.
We do have one speaker, Mr. Michael Washington. Would you please provide your name and address and limit the presentation to 3 minutes, please?
Michael Washington, 2900 Northeast 18th Street, right here in Oklahoma City. I don't need a microphone because I talk well, high, in a high-pitched voice. I knew someone was going to ruffle my feathers, so I got up out of here today. And this Mr. Company just happened to be that intended target, obviously. Now then, according to you, mister, in April of 2014, a master plan for parks was approved by the city and the community foundation. Really now? Does this also master plan include locking up bathroom doors in the African-American community who visit their parks, who can't even go in and have to leave their parks to go to the restroom and come back? Watch out, sir. Again, you got one of us who, again, is a political activist and get told these things. And actually, I've been by that many times, especially at Edwards Park, one of the two. Now then, let me continue. Does this master plan also include rotting benches in various parks on the northeast side? Watch it now, sir. Where's this money going then, man? In your pocket or your buddies? Come on now. Let's rock and roll with it. Now then, does it also include locking the doors, again, like I just stated? And also, does it also include paint peeling in the urinal stalls in these restrooms, in these parks? Watch it now. Where is this money going then? Sure, you done a wonderful thing. You made accessible parking places for me. Really? Come on, man. You can do better than that. Now then, not only do we have this flagrant disregard of African Americans' rights, once again, this racism, this systemic racism is profoundly, continually be in the African and brown people's colors of communities. It's not by accident, but by design. Did you hear me? Now, not only do we have the rotting benches, and in some of the parks that we have, we do not have even facilities for young kids to play on. No, I'm not just saying these things. Go and visit my neighborhood. Go and visit it. Okay, you'll see. Now, does this park so-called master plan also include, you ready for this one? I am. Does it also include African Americans being discriminated against and having to pay to even have a park or even event there on those facilities? You're already getting the millions of dollars that the man spoke about. Why you want my little change to come out there and be with my kids and do a horse sack racing or whatever? Are you kidding me, man? To use a facility that belonged to me, I got to pay you extra money to have a picnic. Are you kidding me, man? Now, I know y'all see where I'm coming from. This is a flagrant disregard for people who don't have money as it is, and it also is a crux in their attempt to set out and design and create situations for their kids, especially during these pandemics, to go out and party, have fun, eat together, and these whole sort of things is what I'm talking about. Don't come and try to tell me, well, I'm master plan. Well, I'm master plan. Okay. We're going to put more bike trails. I don't even ride a doggone bike. I don't need one. What about others in there? What about people that don't have money to get to the bikes? What about those people down there in relationships that can't walk to the park and just have fun?
Mr. Washington?
This is what we need to talk about.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is item J. Yes. So we're looking for I'm sorry, of the plan. I'm sorry. Before we leave item I, we need a resolution to adopt. Okay. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded.
Do we have a second? Yeah, second.
And so we'll vote. And it passed unanimously. Thank you. Next item, item J, is a resolution approving the request for salary continuation of Major Brian Cosner. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. And it's approved unanimously. Next item is item K. We'll need to move into executive session to discuss the case involving Winnie Morrissey. Okay. Is there a second? Thank you. That's approved unanimously. We will move into executive session at the end of the items. Item L, claims recommended for denial. I'll accept a motion for approval. Okay. Thank you. It passes unanimously. Item XA, claims recommended for approval. Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. That passes unanimously. Next item, items from council. We'll begin with Ward 2. Is there items from Ward 2?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. Yeah, just a couple things. It's some housekeeping stuff, Craig. I wanted to, I'm sure you're aware, but I just wanted to bring them back to your attention. I'm sure you're aware of the vaccination at the national level, our goals of 20 million people vaccinated and us being just so far below that. When I was on a call a week ago with the weekly elected officials, with OKC County Health officials. I brought up a Guardian article that was talking about this the shortcoming of vaccinations, and I asked them like what we could do to be of assistance, and they just wanted us to be aware. And I'm hoping you are. I'm guessing the rest of council is, but what we need more money, but specifically kind of a problem here are access to auxiliary supplies. So needles, gloves, for instance. Like these are some of the things that are actually preventing us from being able to administer the vaccinations to as many people. And so I'd ask them, what we could do at the city level. It seems like advocating to our congressional delegation, because it seems like right now the federal government is actually going in and bidding on a lot of these supplies and kind of messing up the supply chain for state and municipalities. So I don't know if those are already conversations you're having. I didn't know, city manager. So I think that's very important. And then, really beyond that, I just wanted to say happy 2021 to everybody. I know we just went through a brutal year. I have no other adjective but brutal. Whether it was the historic pandemic, this country and our city's historic reckoning with a legacy of laws as they relate to white supremacy and racism. I hope better for us going into 2021 as the vaccine becomes more of a reality for people. In fact, to that point, I just wanted to share information that the OK County health officials have already released today. So this might be old hat for some, maybe news to other, but Oklahoma County has announced plans for the first 65+ vaccination clinic. And I'm just reading from the press release. Oklahoma County is moving into phase 2 of vaccination distribution, and the Oklahoma City County Health Department will begin vaccinating people age 65 and older on Thursday, with additional vaccination clinics planned this month. Vaccinations will start at 8 a.m. Thursday at Mercy Hospital, and that's at 4300 West Memorial Road. Again, that's Thursday starting at 8 a.m. at Mercy Hospital, 4300 West Memorial Road, with appointments available until 6 p.m. I would go to the county website because you have to sign up via a link there. And then the other thing from this press release, they say that Oklahoma City County Health Department is expected to let residents make appointments using the state's statewide scheduling website. However, the state scheduler is not ready. So,
Councilperson,
Which
I just looked. They have closed that sign up because it got full already.
It got full that much?
So,
My
yeah.
goodness.
So they're going to announce later dates as vaccine becomes available. So, just generally.
Go Beth, which
check
one is full?
Sorry.
Which one is full?
The City County Health Department's 65 plus.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, on the fly kind of updates, huh? My goodness, thank you, Councilwoman. So I guess that puts an end to that. But yeah, I just really do hope that this year is a year where we learn a lesson we did not in 1918 with the influenza. I would encourage you to go on YouTube, do a search for PBS 1918 influenza, and there's an hour-long documentary, and it tells how that moment started, like what caused it, and how that affected not just America, but the world. And the thing I am the most concerned about is the ending of that documentary, wherein once that moment ended, the country forgot. just poof, out of our heads. Just put it away like it never happened. And I would argue that we would be putting lipstick on a pig if we do that, because so much of this moment, this pandemic, and what we saw with the protests last summer, so much of it has revealed so many shortcomings in one of the, I believe we're the richest country on the planet. And yet our funding when it comes to public health is nowhere near what it needs to be to meet this moment. I mean, you just heard a councilwoman have to interrupt to say, hey, sorry, those those spots are already full, you know, for some of our most vulnerable in our city. And I can't help but think what would have happened if through the years we had better funded public health, right? An ounce of prevention. So I would hope that that's one of the lessons we take from this moment is we start advocating at the city level, the state level, and the federal level, the need for public health funding increases, quite frankly. I'm deeply concerned by that statistics I cited earlier showing that 52% of the millennial generation is returning home to live with their parents. It was already high, though, just before the pandemic. It was 47%. And that's because my generation, we never recovered from the 2008 economic housing crash. We never did. It never happened. I was in grad school when that occurred. And all of a sudden, I didn't even want to own a home, but all of a sudden that whole idea of graduating college, owning a home, using that home to fund your kids' college or to fund the occasional vacation, that's just gone. That is gone for so many in my generation. And if you know someone who's a millennial and that's not their experience, you might do some homework on that student and ask yourself, how is it that that student is not experiencing that fate? And I promise you, it's going to reveal some systemic problems facing our country, right? The amount of debt that students have to go into college right now is just astronomical. And that debt we take on has prevented us from home ownership. So if I have $100,000 in student loan debt, that's typically the amount of money one might use for a home loan. You see, that's what's been changed out here. And I would really encourage people on this council, because you're representing millennials in your ward, I'd like to really disabuse you of the notion that my generation is lazy, because I know that's a lot of the rhetoric that has been put out there about the millennials, that we're lazy, we're always on our phones. So many of the millennials I know are working as bartenders, baristas, 2-3 jobs, and still having to live at home. And then in the pandemic, are working those jobs and putting at risk the families they're returning home to. Like, that's the reality that's facing the millennial generation. And you just heard the reality facing the people 65 and older when you just heard Councilwoman Hammond say that closed already are those vaccination moments. So this, to me, I said it earlier, this is an all hands on deck moment. I'm very thankful that voters approved MAPS 4 a couple years ago, because I think so much of those investments are going to go a long way to addressing the damage wrought by that wrecking ball I showed you in that video from the 1960s and 70s. I'm very proud of voters who put in motion MAPS 25 years ago, and I'm even more proud of those who are continuing its legacy today. But I would hate for us to continue through this year, especially when the pandemic comes to a close. I would hate for us to, quote, return to normal, where we go out, we have a drink, we talk about things that aren't in depth, that aren't history, that aren't culture, and we just disappear back into La La Land as if we were in an MGM musical. That is my greatest fear for us as a people right now. Greatest fear, because there's real suffering happening. There's so much real suffering. and the mental health needs of our people. I just think it's untold. We don't know the damage of being in our homes, the length of time we have been in. There are articles out there right now that are asking those questions, like, what does this do? What is this? I'm single, for instance. There are no dates. I don't go on dates. If I've been to a bar, it's on a patio, and I can barely fill up my hands with the number of times that that's happened. So what happens when human contact goes out the window? What happens when human contact goes out the window for almost 1 year? What happens when you do that in a state that already has this country's highest adverse childhood experience scores? What happens when in that same state we have a historic lack of access to mental health care? What happens when you have stigmatized, as we heard earlier today, people who do have mental health issues, who are more likely, as we know, because we've heard those data on this council, who are more likely to be victims of violence than the perpetrators of violence? What happens when this pandemic ends? Where do they go for assistance? Where do they go? And that is something we as city leadership, I think we have got to be focused on like a laser, is access to mental health for our people. And then we've got to start having very serious conversations about the fact that 52% of the millennial generation is living at home. How are they going to be able to afford to be a part of the American dream when they're living at home right now through no fault of their own, because they did exactly what this country asked them to do? So those are my concerns right now. On a happy note, I just have to tell you, when I knocked doors and when I heard Chantry be here earlier, y'all just have to know that a majority of Ward 2 residents, they spoke to these concerns before the pandemic even began, and they were hopeful about policies we would pass as a city to address them. So don't disappear into despair, but face it, because we're gonna have to if we're gonna get through this moment. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. A couple of things. One thing, last Saturday, I was reading this Daily Oklahoman, and I came across a very interesting article dealing with the production of marijuana and the impact it has on the people who do the production. And I've shared it with some of you this morning. If you happen to have a chance, I'd read that. It gives you another perspective on this particular situation. And the other thing, I'm going to take a moment of personal pride, if you would. James was talking about the need to change your finances so that you can enjoy the benefits that the United States offers. A number of years ago, a favorite author of mine wrote a book, Rebuilding Your Financial Wall God's Way, that's guaranteed to do that. And if you want to know who that favorite friend is, I'm sitting right over here. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Ward 6, Ward 7.
Yes, Councilman McAtee, I'd like to get a copy of that book.
Be
Add
happy
it to
to,
my
yeah.
collection, please. And I first want to offer my condolences to Major Andy Davis with the Oklahoma City Fire Department and his family. I think it's very important for us to honor and recognize the fact that these are our frontline workers, especially with our fire department and the work that they do. And we have made it thus far from the beginning of this, when we all know the numbers when our officers were down because they had been impacted so tremendously. And for us to now, unfortunately, lose one of those officers who have been on the force for many years, it's a loss to our family, our city family. And when I saw that on the news, it broke me, because this is our city family, and I just can't imagine what his family is going through at this time, and other families that we continue to speak names of, because again, the names are getting closer and closer to us if they hadn't before. And that's the unfortunate part of where we are right now, and understanding that people still are unable to get vaccinated or have to wait in line. And to the point of Councilperson Cooper, I think about folks who represent pieces of the area where I serve, who may not have internet access, who can't even get on the website to take part in getting a vaccination. So those are the things that obviously we all take in when it comes to what is taking place. And yesterday we had an IMSA briefing, and I want the public to realize and understand these are reasons we have to stay safe, because on average their call time and them reporting to a hospital if it is an emergency needing care immediately, on average has been 20 minutes, but that was prior to COVID. As most recently, due to COVID, it's been 90 minutes. And now this past weekend, I believe they announced it was 3.5 hours. So imagine them having to wait and sit for beds to be available if we would just get somewhere and sit down. Get somewhere and sit down, stay safe, wear your mask, wear your face covering, do the things that you need to do to keep you and your family safe as we continue to work through ways to get a vaccine in front of those who are opting to take it, those who still have questions about it to get their questions answered, and those who just are waiting to use their own home remedies that they know have been helping them thus far. So there are different ways for us to stay safe, and I urge us to do those things, because I think of Pastor Reed being here, and he's in that age group where it was not really safe for him to be here, but it was important for him to tell that message, and for him to also speak about Dr. Parker, one of our newest centenarians, who just turned 100 within the last couple of weeks. And if you don't know the history of W.B. Parker, I would say Google him and find out more about the legacy he has been able to leave in our city, as well as Reverend W.K. Jackson. So if you pass I-44 and you cross Kelly, you're between Lincoln and Kelly, you are driving across the W.K. Jackson area that has been named in his honor. And I just want you to visualize a man in cloth with his cloak, all of those things, as a pastor on his knees in front of big trucks saying, "We will not allow you. Please hear us." I want you to imagine that. And I know there are pictures, because there's a picture in the book for sure that speaks to that, that I see, and I see it right now, of the things that time frame and that period and that era of our history speaks to. I also want to make mention, I know last year I mentioned this, Mr. Hamilton, he turned 93 last year, but this year he turned 94. And I mentioned him because due to the pandemic, he's missing out on his favorite spot, which is the McDonald's on 63rd and Martin Luther King, because they won't allow folks to come in and just hang out. And I'm telling you, they would hang out till the wee hours of the afternoon when it's time to actually get some lunch and go home. They'd be there for coffee and leave for lunch. But because of the pandemic, his social spot is no longer available to him, so his family reached out and said they were doing a drive-through celebration for him. And I tell you, it was just joyful to see his face, because we hadn't seen it in so long. But being creative, unfortunately, you have to be creative in these ways to still celebrate those that are near and dear to us. So I know a lot of others have done the same thing, but I just want to make sure I say happy birthday again to Mr. Hamilton in turning 94. I also want to congratulate the young people with the fresh paint New Year's Eve. The contest ended yesterday, and their murals were placed right outside of home base of where the Dodgers play. And these artists, all young Black artists, their ages are 17 to 22. The youngest is a student at Classen, SAS. And I want to again speak their names because now their names are etched in history as far as being the inaugural young people to do this type of fresh paint series. Shakira Maynard, is that one of your students? This Shakira? Okay. Or is it Jasmine? No, it's not. Never mind. Shakira Maynard, I know she graduated from OCU. She was a graphic design major. She was 22. She was one of the oldest. Verdine Thompson, Jessie K. Shelton, and she's the youngest, that student I talked about. Jasmine Jones and Anthony Brock. Breathtaking. If you missed them, I can't tell you what you missed because you had to be there to see it. And thank you to the Oklahoma City Thunder because I know they had a few games in their crawl. You could see that while they were playing, talking about this exhibit. And we are on the verge of celebrating Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and his legacy. And I just want you to know it's going to be virtual parade to keep people safe. I'm excited to see what that's going to bring, especially past parades to be incorporated in this video. So just want to continue for us to talk and think through all of the things that are happening. As we continue to work through even our city council, a lot of our neighbors' concerns and our concerns. And while I'm talking about concerns, I know I've had people reach out to me about the trees in medians, especially pertaining to the area of Lottie between 4th, going all the way up. And I know that's just one small area. And then I forgot to ask our parks director, but I am curious to know when we can start seeing some pickup of trees in our parks, because I know in Northeast Oklahoma City, those trees are still down. And I'd hate to think that we're the only ones where our trees are still down. I don't want to accept that that's happening. So I'm hoping we'll get some eyes and attention and at least a time frame on those things as soon as we know that can take place. And now we have to go through another cycle of trees, especially the snow we just had, of people trying to cut trees down and get them taken care of. So those are a couple of things that I wanted to make mention, and hopefully we'll be able to find some resolve for some of that debris that we still are awaiting to be picked up in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Ward A.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. There hasn't been much publicity on this, and I want to give a big thank you to Love's Travel Stops. Love's donated $1 million to the Boys and Girls Club of Oklahoma County and an additional $500,000 to the charities of the Archdiocese of Oklahoma City. Love's is a great Oklahoma City corporate citizen, and I appreciate what they've done with these donations, and I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager?
No city manager reports, just the claims and payroll.
Okay, thank you. We don't vote on that, do we? Yeah, all right, thank you. Okay, next is citizens to be heard. And excuse me if I mispronounce the name. I believe it's Peyton Binge. And Peyton, would you please state your name and address and limit the presentation to 3 minutes? Thank you.
My name is Peyton Binge. I live at 5829 Northwest 82nd Street.
Excuse me, Peyton, you might pull the microphone just a little bit closer to you so we can...
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, thank you.
I'll restate it. Peyton Binge, 5829 Northwest 82nd Street.
Thank you.
I would say good morning, but that has passed. But for those of you who don't know me, I already said my name is Peyton Binge. I'm a 25-year-old writer and singer from Ward 1. And I used to yell at the mayor on Twitter. I don't do that now. I was going to apologize to him for that, but he's currently not here. I deleted my Twitter and my Facebook a long time ago because I just thought personally for myself it wasn't a healthy way to voice my opinions. Today I'm here to voice some of my thoughts in a more productive manner. It's almost been a month since Benny Edwards was shot and killed by the OKC PD. Since this dreadful loss of life, the mayor released a Facebook post that I had to have sent to me, and he announced he started a Citizens Policy Task Force. This decision made me scratch my head. Why would Oklahoma City need such an organization when we have the OKC PD Citizens Advisory Board? But Peyton, what is an OKC PD Citizens Advisory Board? I'm glad I asked myself. It is a very important board that contains some very important people who need to leave their very important positions. But they can still be very important in a societal sense, just a little less in a social justice sense. This board was founded 3 years after and in response to another violent OKC PD encounter with a black man in 2002. At very little time, but essentially the members of this board are background checked by the police. Any complaint brought before the board must first pass through the police, and none of this board's meetings are held in public for us to see. There are currently 4 members of this board who cannot serve objectively in their position. I will name them and ask them to politely resign. If they refuse, I ask City Manager Freeman to set them free, man. But if our city manager refuses, well, then this council has a decision to make. So here are the 4 men and why they need to respectfully resign. Mannix Barnes. Barnes is the GM of Lucky Star Casino and Travel Centers and has served on the board since 2002. During his tenure, the OKCPD has rose to become the second most likely to kill its own citizens. Mannix Barnes can no longer sit on his hands while black men and women in Oklahoma City are left holding theirs up. Mannix Barnes, you must resign. Douglas White, the chairman of this board. Douglas White is also a co-founder of a nonprofit that provides mental health services to first responders. How can he objectively hold officers responsible for their crimes when his organization holds their hands after stressful moments? He can't, and Douglas White must resign. Finally, there's Jacob Hill. Actually, there's 2 more. He is a member of the Police and Community Trust and a certified counsel for law enforcement education and training. He cannot serve in his role objectively. Jacob Hill probably believes the current training is fine as is because he is certified to teach cops how to become cops. But officer training isn't fine as is, and Jacob Hill must resign. Finally, Robert Everman. Robert Everman is the CFO of Lucky Star Casino and Travel Centers, to which I ask, why does one board meant to reflect the average citizen have 2 high-ranking members from one casino business? It shouldn't, and both Barnes and Everman should resign. These are just a few things that need to happen. There are many more steps that have already been addressed by Black Lives Matter OKC, like giving the board subpoena power. But before we give them such power, we need to strip down this board and rethink its functionality in Oklahoma City. I thank you for having me and granting me this opportunity to speak what I believe to be best for bringing justice and peace to this community. Rest in paradise, Benny Edwards, and thank you.
Peyton, thank you. Next, Michael Washington. Mr. Washington, if you'll provide your name and address and limit the presentation to 3 minutes, please.
Please, thank you. Michael Washington, 2900 Northeast 18th Street, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, 173111. Excuse me, I'm a little tired here. Well now, 2020 has passed us by, hasn't it? You know what I've adopted? Not as a resolution, but as a thing that would make me so warm inside and so accepting of myself. I've invented a theme called New You with a U, not Y-O-U, New Beginnings. And I'd like for all of you today, men and women, to embrace this same ideology, New You, New Beginnings. Now, the only way we can actually embrace those philosophically, if you look the words up, philosophically, the only way you can really accept that foundation of those words is that you got to actually see everyone as being human beings with some kind of human frailties or some kind of lacking something, even myself at possible times, some psychological modes. Listen to this, y'all. This is 2021. 2021. I don't want to remember 2020 again. Why? Because we know we have a man who's still claiming that he's still president of the United States, even though he lost. It's been carried over to 2021. Now, man, why don't you sit down somewhere, one-timer? It's over for you. I mean, you know you might be going to jail or prison. You're trying to delay that, you and your family. Okay, whoopee-doo. Then we had a pandemic That's so, oh man, so vainly took more than 300,000 American lives, and more than 18 million of us are affected and infected by it. And just think all over the world we have millions and millions of people still devastated by this. But let me say this. No matter what you say, God is going to let us get through this. The profound mode of belief in ourselves in you. If I'm for you, I'm more than the whole world is against you. Michael, don't worry about it. Take your cross as Jesus did to Mount Calvary. And I want all of you to know that if you pick up your cross and follow Christ, things are going to be so much more greater and better for you. Pandemic, you ain't going to bother me because first of all, I'm not going to take your vaccine, number one. I feel good, like I knew that I would. I ain't sick. I refuse to be sick. I refuse to be taking a vaccine that I know Bill Gates, who's funding this United Nations project, and George Soros and them people like that, I don't want your medicines. Now, I'm not saying everybody else can't take it.
It's okay.
You have to tie me down. Michael Washington. That's the only way I take it. And you better believe if I take it, matter of fact, you know what? I seen one, I'm getting ready to close. I seen one guy on TV. Now listen to this. This is what really got me, Michael Washington. Well, so-and-so getting ready to take his vaccine. Now, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. He got the thing in his hand. I don't never see his hand moving. Y'all didn't hear me. I said I didn't never see this man's finger moving to push the juice into this man's arm. Thank y'all very much, and it's been a pleasure. Let's make 2021 the day of a new rising. New you? What? New beginning.
Thank you. Sharice Baker. Thank you. Jess Eddy. And Jess, would you please state your name and address
Yes,
and
Eddie,
limit
419 West Hill Street. All right, a couple items of legal business. Kenny, you weren't here last meeting. I've got some major issues coming up with your office delaying my records requests. You've only responded to 2, and those were city requests. I have like a dozen or more on the PD. And the first request that you responded, it was against the law, and I had to tangle with your counsel for about 4 or 5 days until they just gave me the unredacted version. So I'm just putting you on notice. If I don't get those records by February 1, we're going to see about having jurisdictional review of this lacking now in Oklahoma law about putting a standard of reasonableness on the timing of these. I've already got the records from the PD, the correspondence saying it's your office holding them up, so speed it up. And there's no more qualms. If you guys send me some redacted stuff without a legal basis and you don't fully establish your privilege, I'm going to bring it, okay? I know how to do this. I know you're doing this to citizens across the board. Cut that shit out. Craig, we want the body cams, man. You've got no legitimate legal basis to be withholding those body cams. You guys need to understand that those are public records. This is why I have vigor and frustration with Kenny. It's not your property. It's mine. Body cam is a public record. There is no legal basis to cite an ongoing investigation to withhold those. That isn't the law. That's something the cops just make up out of thin air. Release the body cams. Quit playing politics with the facts and with the law. I also want to put you and Kenny on notice that I've noticed a very now I've been working for a civil rights attorney for about 10 years. I know pattern and practice. I know Title VII law. I know 1983 law. I'm seeing a pattern and practice right now of OKCPD targeting me and, more importantly, my young black kids that I am associated with in activism. I've had multiple traffic stops. I've had cops tell them we're doing maximum enforcement on these kids. I've heard radio transmissions where when they're pulled over for a traffic stop, they're identified as protesters involved in activity down here. That needs to stop now. There are good cops in OKCPD that are telling me there's a task force labeling it what I do and what they do is gang activity. These cops, when they see me, know my name, which maybe they know from the news, but it doesn't seem like that. I think they're getting briefings. I'm hearing they're getting briefings on me and my kids. So cut that shit out, or I'm gonna bring the ACLU in, and you know I can, and I'm gonna bring a major ass civil rights lawsuit on you guys. I care about those kids more than I do myself. Finally, and I'll get out of here, we're gonna come back. I didn't ask anyone come today. I'm exhausted. I had a 131-mile walk from something that OKCPD had a major cause in, and everyone needed a break. We will be back until these issues with policing are involved. We're going to escalate. And when I say escalate, I'm not threatening civil disobedience yet, but we're going to be here. And you're going to hear raw emotion. Finally, these meetings are obscenely long. Obscene, and it lowers access by the public to participate and civically engage. And so knowing the city councilors that I asked to do things for me on my behalf get $12,000 a year is ridiculous. Each one of you guys should be making at least 60, and that has no reflection of whether or not you're doing a good job. It means you should have a living wage, and there should be a meeting a week if these meetings need to be 6 or 7 hours long so that people can come, and you don't have to sit here and get exhausted by noon about this ridiculousness. So like, deal with the public. I mean, I'll back you publicly. I know both sides hate public raises, but I know you all deserve it regardless of whether you're an asshole or not. And just so that you can do full-time work. Because this is crazy. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that Darian? You'll have to excuse me on this. Is it Darian? Derwin. I am sorry. Derwin, and the last name, please? Romani. Thank you very much. Well, Mr. Romani, would you please give us your name and address again and limit the presentation to 3 minutes, please?
I would be honored, sir.
Thank you.
My name is Derwin Romani. I stay at 811 North East Drive. I wasn't going to speak today, but after I listened and came to be entertained in a positive way by the conversations that I heard today, I thought that I must speak at the end. What I want to address is two issues that I think they tied together. And as a peer recovery support specialist in the Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse, I heard some things that were very enlightening, and I saw some gaps that I have issues with. And I'm not going to bite my tongue on the things that I have issues with. A famous person that I once followed had a saying, "Mere belief accounts for nothing unless carried into practice." Mere belief accounts for nothing unless carried into practice. I had another saying when I lived another lifestyle that is adequate to this conversation: you can't take a mule to the Kentucky Derby. You only take thoroughbreds. That is equated to what I'm about to say about using antiquated and dedicated programs and policies to address situations that need to be resolved in a decent manner as humans. Here's the issue. You had two issues where we were talking about the mental health first, and then we pole vaulted over to the jail. The issue with the jail and the mental health issue that came before should be tied together because Mr. James and Ms. Nice and Ms. Joe Beth, even though y'all talked on different levels, y'all adequately addressed the matter. But sitting in the audience as a citizen, I heard the answer, Mr. Martin, that might be helpful for you in your deliberations and in the way that you had an issue with things being lingering on and not being addressed over and over and over. Why don't we turn the jail, as Ms. Nice said, they did an adequate job at this school, rebuilt the school, people were staying there. I go out, when I was working for the Department of Mental Health, we would get people housing. I would love to stay at Douglas. I'm just not old enough yet. I'm getting close though, but I'm not old enough to stay at Old Douglas. That place is immaculate over there, and they mixed the two livings because a lot of people got in that live over there that go to OU Medical. But they also had affordable housing, so they made it where some of the affordable housing people could get in there. Now, why we can't put those people in the jail? Why we can't redo the jail and have people living in there? Why we can't have that as a basis for the overflow from the county jail, which I'm crossing meetings, because I was just at a meeting yesterday down the street with the county commissioners, and that came up. Why we got so many people just stuck up in the jail? Some of the people don't need to be in the jail with the COVID situation. You could have some overflow, because they were talking about doing some testing and having people that have mental issues and substance abuse issues could be over there in that refurbished jail and then not be towed down. I don't know. Does that make any sense to y'all? But it makes a lot of sense to me when y'all was addressing the issues, how the two issues being tabled, they overlap and they made good sense. I talked to somebody when I took a break outside. They said, well, people might not want to stay in that jail and just live right across from the jail. Hey, from a person that's been there, done that, if you're getting some housing and you're getting some help, like the other gentleman said, I don't remember his name, but he said the program or the system or the policies has always been house first. When I worked for the Lottie House, I even bumped heads with them because I'm a little bit conservative. I'm very much conservative in your rehab. And when I went in there, we were just letting people sit around, eat a cracker, give them some coffee, and we was counting them, as a head. I bumped heads with those people. We're all friends today. I met some of them, they were here today. But it didn't start out that way, James. It didn't start out that way. It started out with me being a person that want to hold people accountable. Because I was a been there, done that guy myself. And I know that when you deal with people like that, you can't be soft on them all the way and just say, we are the world and we just got love, we just want to love you. You get into the thing that you actually are wasting some taxpayers' money. And I will say that as an ex-addict and as an ex-felon before you, I'll say that. That if you don't have accountability to hold some people together, my last thing before I get over here, get off of this mic, I want to say this, I want to address this. I wish they were still here. But I hear this over and over, Joe Beth, in the area of mental health and substance abuse. We ain't doing nothing adequate for that east side. Nothing. Everybody's talking about where we can go do this, where we can find a building over here, where we can do something over here. I come from that age group that we didn't have this conversation that we're having now, this good, adequate conversation that we have now. Where can we get help? Where can we get funds? I come from an age group that in the 40s and the 50s, didn't nobody care about those men. I'm gonna use men as my example, but black women too. But there's a demographic of older black men and older black women that you see walking around that east side over there that have gave up hope. They don't even know how to look for hope, James, because they don't know how to go to the Lottie House. They're smart enough not to go back to the prisons and keep going back to jail, so they gave up hope 10 years ago, 15 years ago. They have never, ever even been diagnosed. That's where you're looking at the man that maybe that could have been his situation that just got his life taken by the police department. He might, if you look at his backtrack of his record, he may have never, ever been to North Care, Hope, Red Rock, the Mental Health Association. There is a certain form of bias and racism that still exists that's not been addressed even in that area, because no one is donating, no one is caring, no one is addressing any funds for any shelters, for any mental health. And with a guy like me, and I'm gonna say an arrogant statement, I'm gonna back up from this mic, but if you don't believe that I'm who I say I am, ask Chris Steele, ask Captain Burrs, ask Deacon Roy Forsythe, ask Calvin Calvary of my skills with working with black men and black youth, and as we say in the spiritual realm, raising them from the dead and bringing flesh to dry bones and breathing the breath of life back into them. I have a whole career and a whole list of kids that got out of gangs and do good. We need help and assistance on the east side, because everybody comes up here and asks y'all for assistance is talking about something still always on the northwest side.
Mr.
Thank
Romaine,
you.
yes, thank you. Appreciate it.
Did I do all right? Did I do all right?
I thought they went up to the full floor.
We have returned from executive session and we have adjourned.